case, brother. Good evening. Good night. Good morning. Good afternoon, worldwide. We are the Titans. We don't kill teeth with people and kill teeth from plastic. Not true, brothers.
Exactly.
All right. So people who have some things to deal with now. Andrew one is an stupid hurricane. I don't know what if a bag you briefing, but where I come with and the container houses, these things that, hey, remember the Edman Ridge house them better than the container house and them, they're not good. So the container house them, it have to be a temporary something. I'm going to show you them, you know. I'm going to show you. Just look how the hurricane, look how them do it. Look how them open it. That not so strong. And it come with all kind of danger, so we're going to play it. I'm not ask. So if you have a temporary thing where you have build back, and then the people them can go in a permanent house, we don't have no problem. But if them, they want to use build scheme, dog, and most of remember, me a builder, you know. I remember me not ask. Me a show it, brothers. Dog, nyam, what people them, supper. You can use it because people are going to chop all in and them thing, right? But the strength of that, well, when come from China, 5,000 of them, it's not that strong. It not depend on, you just put it on the concrete, it not, listen, my man, that a garbage. You know them I know, when a next hurricane come and slap them, none of that. You know, like how you in your house, brothers, and you can secure your life because you can grill up and things that can't take real, you know. Them big door, you can't go nail up pipe on it neither, you know. And not like that, you know. If you have hurricane and thing, and then you have people like broke people play string up and by one. So me I gotta show the danger upon them and Holness. Me just tell him say, even if you don't come back, remember you're there 10 years, and I said you have a container house, that's for sure say anybody that build neither in the first place. And the little boy bill, you see some lie where I tell upon them, the little boy bill, them not good. 10 years. Garbage. See? And next thing I'm going to show you, Yamhead. Number 13. Remember, speaker, just she going like she wants to things. At the PAAC, I think yesterday, Peter Bunting at the lab, she want overtalk all time. And that may I show you, you know. Bunting have to tell her, no, you know, well, I used to cheer it. And, you know, have a lot of questions to ask. When other people have questions to ask and things, she cut them off. If she want to overstep her bound, it will not work. And then we have to look on Pumvaz again because we see him run, you know. We see him run. Yes, because him run out Pambuja, we have to deal with him case. We not see him from last week, over 1 week, I don't know. He not walk, him not go to the airport, but him at the rush because when they make him, you know, him around the airport and thing. And by the way, today, they show that them come out now when I say yesterday in our water, them are run down vessel. Well, me know if you run down vessel, you can't catch it. Because them say them have speedboat, you know, them have fast, much money, them invest and what have you. You can catch a boat. America them could have catch it, but them could have catch it. And them bail, them have time for bail over the push over the cocaine them. And them retrieve $3.7 billion worth of cocaine. Me telling about you, and everybody good for being a minister for this and that, you know. And by the way, we not ask them. Yeah, we not ask them, we have tell them to drugs I'm gonna sell right now in Jamaica. Come in. Since this man take up the helm, yeah. Say, gun I sell. I will tell police. Remember, you know, me not make up nothing, you know. We not there to come talk like boom bang bang, but me I tell you about new guns. Brand new guns are shot. See? So we have big issues now since boom balls at the helm. Him need to go change. Him shouldn't even tell in the first place. That 212 guy there. Him come tell me about 300 cargo that me we should have even have 6 months. The people them not supposed to if you have 6 months, you know. Because I mean we have 2 million people like 100, you know, 1 million people other eat enough food that even if you say a pound. See, but even if you have 6 months, about 300 cargo come in. You see me as a mistake, a melting pot, because food have each time a day and what have you with them up. But not listen. We are all him to him talking. Abu Jim said that use it for thing under yes, under bus, you know. But in a work, it backfired pan the nastiness. Yeah? Backfired. So we're gonna start this so we're opening my opening statement this so melting pot and mistake. You know, for them opening statement and never start hammer them. Mistake. Your opening statement, brother.
Yeah, the situation as it relates to Andrew Holness offering container homes and want to interface that, right, as it relates to scheme homes, right? I somewhat not buying into that narrative, and let me just explain why. Jamaica is a tropical climate, Wayne. And you know, when it comes to summer and the start of heat,
Yeah.
as it relates to those container homes, right? Absorbing those heat, and I mean, it is going to be very, very much uncomfortable for people. Now, remember the level of distress that people are going through. They will not be able to afford themselves AC units and all of them things, and you understand, to cool down, right, the temperature during the summer season. So that to me, right, is not selling well with me. Now, if it is a temporary situation to alleviate,
Of course.
right, the problem, to the fact that you have people who are sleeping in their cars,
But I
people
sure
who
that.
are not, them just lost everything and
Yes.
them exposed to the element. One could understand if that is going to be utilized, said, all right, for a 3 month or 6 month period, to make sure that all these people that you are facilitating with these so-called container situation for a temporary purpose until, right, you venture into the NHT program and try to assist them. One of the reasons why I look at that, in terms of very much unfortunate. Remember that Andrew Holness administration actually is taking roughly about $10 billion per year from NHT.
Billion, yes, for that.
Yes.
Yes.
So if Andrew Holness is taking $10 billion per year from NHT, right, that can now might be redirect to a more purposeful cause, and to understand the situation, and can build, like, a 1 room or 2 bedroom NHT homes that, you understand, will be much cheaper.
Yes.
Than you going overseas to get container homes from China. And again, let me ask, you understand, how much, as it relates to those containers that you want to interface in scheme homes, how much one of that container home, one of those container homes is going to cost? And when you tabulate the cost, right, you can say, well, all right, if I should utilize that 10 billion that I'm taking, that my administration is taking every year from NHT, right, I think that could do some significant good. And you can make it in such a way, because in the future, right, those people now could be able to extend on those homes, whether it is 1 bedroom or 2 bedroom. And it is not, remember, it is not everyone fit in the same status. It is not a one shoes fit all scenario.
Yes.
Because you're going to screen people, right? You're going to have some people who have, are better, in better condition than others. And so then if you're helping the most vulnerable, right, then I think that is what you ought to do in terms of helping the most vulnerable and people who can get back, right, to work, providing that you deal with the healthcare factor, and to ensure that, okay, these people, right, have not contained any form of bacteria to go to the workplace and spread it. But that sort of time that you take to do that, whether you want to take a 6 months or 3 months or whatever time you think, and this is how it is very much important in terms of it is a time that the government and the opposition are to work in tandem so that more help, you understand, as it relates to decision, critical decision making process, right, could help meet it out between the incumbent and the opposition. You understand, in the interest of Jamaica to get back up and running the economy, because the economy is what is important, right? Because that the economy is a situation that, you understand, people are going to depend on, you understand, to move forward as it relates to upward mobility. So you want to get that running and the focus around that in terms of getting that running. To have the workforce, because all right, the people who are affected in those areas, and they are going to probably provide container homes, because I believe that container home is a quick fix. You understand? To have your workforce very uncomfortable of their situation and going to work, dealing with all sort of stress. I think one of the ways that would alleviate, right, that sort of psychological depression on them is to see what NHT can do in terms of making them good, solid homes. You understand that, they can utilize as permanent structure, right? And in the future, right, they have the option to add to those, to that room or rooms, right? Whether it may be 1 bedroom or 2 bedroom, depending on your screening process. And all right, okay, which people can afford, right, a 2 bedroom, or which people can afford a 1 bedroom. And I think that is the way to go, because it build back people, sort of dignity. You don't want to continue to rip the dignity away from them, that, people, reversing their situation from how they used to live and now gone into a container house. You understand? To me, it is not, to me, it's actually inhumane. However, if the situation is temporary, you understand, that can be understood. All right, and I yield back.
Melting pot.
Yeah, sticking on the subject of housing. Yeah, that's not the solution that Jamaica looking forward to right now. Because based on where Andrew Holness is saying, it's a waste of time and waste of money. Yeah, 90 days before them start coming in. Andrew Holness, if you get the workman them way in a Jamaica, yeah, to start deal with the house them. First of all, send out your assessment team, yeah, go do the assessment. Because a lot of these houses, only them roof gone. Yeah, the concrete structure one them. Yeah. Send out the man them, get the assessment done on the ground, get some workmen, tradesmen, and all type of men, labor force. Start do some decking pan them house there. Yeah. So you're getting even 1,000 or 1,500 plyboard. You get steel. You put them on them to work. You rent the brace them. Yeah. You build up the decking. And what you do? You bring in the premix truck them. And you cast off the house stop them. And you move on and you pull down and you reuse the plyboard them and all the material them to pull up the decking. Yeah. And you start build back the people them in a way where them can feel them life come back to them. You understand? Because the situation is this. You cannot take away the people them, liberty from them and give them container house. And then them have to wait this long period of time. So me I say utilize the time there with the workforce in Jamaica and build back the thing them properly. Because container house can stand up to another hurricane. A back to square one. And more life I go last. So you have to understand, say building back Jamaica, you have to build back Jamaica stronger and better. Can't be no container house. Waste of money and waste of time. Start mobilize the thing now, Andrew. Use your head. You understand? Where you find people now, where did have them look board house. Don't build them back no board house. Build them a nice big 1 bedroom with sanitary facility on it. and give them that as a starter. They will add to that in few years to come. And so wants the country build back. Stop this foolish boy you got China for some container houses. And where you go with that big man? You want same way you bring in the whole heap of black tank them, you want build all housing scheme out a container house. Remember, I used to tell the people that Jamaica will be first world country by 2030, you know. So now at the time for you start build that dynamic vision where you have. Yeah. Use the money wisely. You get enough aid. And he's a guy we like to borrow. Stop wasting country money in a your little frivolous way, an idea where you have. Utilize the money the right way. Build the infrastructure stronger and better. We want to cut out the zinc rooftop house them and the board house them. Give the people them a start, man. Give the people them the real start what them need. Because if you don't do that, you know, anytime we have hurricane, you're going to face with the same problem. You understand? You're going to face with the same problem. So the right is the right. Yeah? Foundation we are dealing with. We don't want no house come sit down on no top of foundation, which is the earth. When you build house in a hurricane belt region, you have to come from out of the earth. So it can stand up against the force of mother nature. Your idea is too hanky-panky style. Because you like to go the cheap way. Because he's a guy who like to just hold on for money and chop money. Spend the money, man. I mean, the people them can see something worthwhile after the aftermath of Melissa. Give the people them a brighter future to look forward to so them know when hurricane come around them feel safe because them not have problem with them rooftop. Yeah? Them zinc thing, you know, if you don't know that Jamaica, you know. First world country no carry zinc, and you tell the people them that. So now me I tell you, Andrew, this is the time for you to utilize that vision and prove to the people them say you did have something in store like that for them. And I yield back the floor.
All right, so I can show you why I'm not in a them house and all that. Right, and I'll show you now. Right? I'll show you how easy them if you have the flood like in a Cambridge, it'll lift them and push them. Container house. I'll show you so them build weak. If them there was heavy iron, the man them couldn't do what they might do and just assemble it like come here show you. I'll show you what them use and lock it. So it come with a lot of dangers, brothers. I'm gonna tell you the danger. Remember, we have a violent country too, you know. Sometimes a man might kick off the door and thing. Remember, we always grid up yourself like we in a dungeon, right? So we all fence them iron, you know, for security reason. Them, yeah, there is no way you can't touch it and put no security reason upon it neither, even in the summer. Just watch when you attack, Andrew. Look on this where you want to carry. This is a goddamn disgrace. Sit on black tank. Yeah? This is about, like what Pat just said, first world in 2030. That's bullshit. Everything where you do, and where you think of. And by the way, people, no found if him carry it and go put container and take on found the land, but not have no title for. Remember them land that get thief too, yeah? So don't make him move when from when the granny go now, when the mother, I will get to the mother and the father. Can they move them off of it and make a concrete thing off of it? Them land are gone. Remember, don't want to watch Pata Cats. Yeah? But if you're back, remember, you know, we are critical thing I tell you from now. Them land are gone if they move, you know. Okay? Look on this, my brother. This make it worse. Look on this. Well, I'm gonna move that as soon as it come up, yes. You saw this light, then this could be a house, this can stand up to hurricane. Them two man will push it up with a little piece of thing, not every kind that pop it up. Just look on this, what them I call a house, and tell me if this can withstand with hurricane. Look. You saw that light, below that light, aluminum, something, what have you, and then the thing hold it up. Look now. You drop it down, couple man just drop down the floor in. Look. See it? If this is heavy, I remember a flooring that, you know, with the little cross piece, and look. What, 6 man? Take it down. No really heavy. Yeah, look. Look how them push it up and them all lift up the part. Why it's so heavy to the part of falling pan it. So it's not really heavy. So you push it up like this. This is an house. If you can push that, the man push that, the wind will push it and fold it back. Me not ask. See that? Look out. So I should fold up like this. So you just push it like this. This is a thin material. See the other side there? You saw him lock it with a little lock. Look on this. You see it? This is a joke, brother. No safety on this. Yeah, look. Treat our next piece, you know. Where you see 6 of them hold it, you know. Can't have that piece and go up the side piece. Them look. See that 2 piece that come down in a one. Look. So you need so much man to take up the 2 piece. Like 3 man. It light. And then you just push it in like that. And then you bolt it. Look. This house. This is paper. This. It was that. Group on the book. Stop it. So hold it there. So this brother, when Andrew talk about build, oh brother, for me a builder. This is garbage. This a garbage. No matter look at listen. Them this is garbage. No make them promote this one we are real builder. This is garbage. You see what hold it up, brother? So this are the little spine where them have and them have to use some thin wrap sheet on that. This. So you can't well not do nothing upon that. Look on this. You see what about it? When I come back, you know, see that? More like see it for myself. Look. A 2 piece, that's why 6 man hold it. This is an house. This worse than your board house. Don't watch it finish all them straight and it look. This is that trap. See? If you hold it in a place, you bolt it. See that? And bolt the top. Brother, where am I going with this?
Let me say something to you, Wayne, and the people there.
Let me finish what. Hold on. Let me finish what. Finish what. So when you're looking at it, all right, so I look, well, this is bullshit. This is garbage. So it's not safe if gunmen are coming by you, our people are robbing them, just put the window here, and the breeze fall up this. Me not ask nobody. You think them if a category 5 are like this, it not gonna fall up? Them 2 inches they cannot hold nothing. Them do ya easy kick off. No matter what's the furniture what them are putting on it. Don't trick on yourself. This cannot be no permanent solution and Holness. It cannot be. This not secure for you even. I like your outside see me I take off the rain. So don't make this tricky. By the way, I'm making a talk on this, you know, brother. By the way, this is secure for you living in your this is not a temporary thing. This will we're not get hurt all the way. Yeah? This is a joke. You understand? You see that? No breeze. Listen. And by the way, when I put it up like this, if the water come, it can float it. Brother, the amount of fat we sip on this is unbelievable. We can use it for a temporary thing, but this cannot withstand nothing. If Edmund Rich couldn't withstand it, this cannot. I'm going to show you some more, because them deliver some on there, so. But Pat wants to say something. Now make him say something and mistake.
Yeah, man. All right. Make Pat go ahead now, because
let me ask you now with them unit here. Them unit here where them drop on site, you know, you use them for site office, you know. Or something like it, you know. This is not really no housing solution. This is not a house, because even when you look on the space them at the window and the door, the glass space them, it's too big. In a Jamaica society, a criminality, yeah, you know, but now in a people like
look on the door. Man can't kick and come in by any time. Everything brother.
The door now no reinforcement, you know. They look a bolt there. And not that for reinforce a door. Man kick off that easy. A door business. Yeah.
This is garbage. Yes. Yes, Pat. Yes, Mr.
Yes. All right. we could break down some things, right, to make the Jamaican people understand. You understand the viciousness with Andrew Holness, right? Because I know that Andrew Holness, as it relates to these container homes, first and foremost, he would not recommend this
For him family.
in his family.
No.
He wouldn't. He would. So
No.
this is disrespectful, you understand, to the Jamaican citizens. Honestly, disrespectful. And let me tell you why. Now, as it relates to the cat ban, we'll be getting 150 million US dollars from that.
Yeah.
Let me break down some things. The CRIF, right, will be bringing us also some money.
Yes.
70.
Now, let me get the one figure we have, and then you just break it down. So
Yeah. Give me the entire figure.
Him might get that. Him get 70, him get 90 from that part. Him get an next 20. But in all, he might get 650 million US. Plus, he draw down already an next 500 million from IMF. So him have $1.15 billion right now. That work out to be 184 billion right now. We have.
Okay, all right. All right, we could put that.
At 160 to 1, yes.
184 billion.
Right now, yes. Can borrow 500 million, you know, and him say it.
Yes. And that is in US, right?
No, in a Jamaican that no. That him get 1.15 billion. 1 billion.
Oh, okay, all right.
150 million.
Okay, all right. So we could break it down now to the people and to show you really and truly that Andrew Holness is just, to me, I mean, him is just a reptile. Yeah. Now, when we look at $184 billion,
yes.
Remember when that the NIR has account to Andrew Holness.
Yeah.
I don't know if it is true, let me say that the NIR almost reached $6 billion in the national.
$5 billion. Yeah, him like push it up, you know.
Right? Yeah. Okay. His administration is using $10 billion, right? Per year from NHD.
Yes.
All right.
Him got over 100 million right now from NHD.
Yeah, when you look on the Melissa corridor, and you said, okay, all right, you want to make sure that these people are up and ready, right? And so that we can, try to, inject some readiness in the economy. Why don't you, when you look at all of this money,
yes,
right? Partially $200 billion. Partially $200 billion in the Jamaica Labour Party administration coffers. You are going to tell me that if you cut into, say, half of that and take $100 billion, that will do a lot. Yeah. Why you want to? I don't understand why Andrew Holness is leaning to these so-called container homes. You know what it looked like to me?
Some of investment on there.
Program is because remember, before Melissa,
yeah, in that push
you need to understand that before Melissa happened to Jamaica.
Yes.
Remember that he came out with this before Melissa,
Yes, man.
If you remember quite well, he wanted to introduce this before Melissa.
That's true.
And we had to rush him and break it down. So it seems like it's a program. You understand that he might have shares in it, I want benefit,
We said yes.
So then what Jamaica need, right, is for civil society. PSOJ, right? Umbrella group of church have to have serious concerns with this because you couldn't want this is a demoralization to the people who are affected.
Of course.
That you want to put them in a container home. As I said earlier, that you're dealing with a tropical climate, and when it comes to the summertime, my God, heat.
Yeah.
So then people are going to so much uncomfortable. So I am saying that, okay, you know the situation as it relates to, the condition that people are in. And you have roughly about, said, $200 billion, right, in your coffers.
Yeah.
And plus, you understand, as it relates to IMF, if you want to even take out some more loans, right, to make sure that, okay, all right, you are putting it back in the support of the people so that you can have the economy up and running in a very early time. I think you should do that, right? I think that unless, to me, obviously this thing, Wayne, I could think about it. I could use a critical thinking.
Yeah.
When it comes to ground zero and you're going to contain a situation, contain a home, let me just ask the Jamaica Labour Party government, because it seems like, to me, they are aiming to deal with some land grabbing.
That's what we asked.
Right?
Yes.
And so then, okay, bureaucracy, because this is it now. Bureaucracy is going to be utilized, right, in this program as well. In terms of, okay, because you hear what he's talking about. He's talking about some geographical pinning in identify this and identify that.
Yeah.
So then for people who, all right, so for argument's sake, right, people who live at a particular land space, let us speak this, because this is where you understand, creative thinking is pulling me. For people who may be living into a particular area, particularly ground zero and the entire corridor, who may not have legitimate land titles, right? They could be now left out of this based on what the government is asking for.
Of course.
As it relates to their bureaucracy. So he's going to use bureaucracy and probably now win over the lands, multiple land space. You understand? We are now, you understand, is going to now internalize that to his benefit. Right? So when we look at this is extremely cruel. If that is what Andrew Holness is doing.
Yes.
Because are you going to help the people genuinely? What happened? All right, let me ask this question. What happened to a family that live at a particular location within the hurricane corridor, right? And they may live at that particular location for 10, 15, 20, 25 years. They have their children there, their grandchildren, and to the fact that they cannot produce a title, right? But they live in that area, right? It simply means what is going to happen to those people? That is my question. And what is going to happen to those land spaces that those people occupied? So then, is this a program to identify, right, those people, right, and they will now able to take over those lands, you understand, and do what they want to do with them? No, when we look, and the reason for me to be saying this, here is Andrew Holness and Edmund Bartlett, you understand, as it relates to the Edmund Ridge.
Yes.
You understand? Because no doubt in the people that anyone can come and tell me that Andrew Holness and Edmund Bartlett, right, don't have shares, right, as it relates to this development, right? And under no circumstances they will be selling it like we or Andrew Holness is marketing it. Andrew Holness personally and Edmund Bartlett, right, are marketing their own business, right? And so then when you look now, you wonder what is really going on. I mean, for people who have been contributing to NHT for God he knows when, and those people in the areas now who are affected, why Andrew Holness won't do the common good to say, okay, all right, this is an opportunity for us, you understand, to do something good now for the people. For all those people who are paying NHT contribution, right, who within the pathway of Hurricane Melissa, or victim of Melissa, why not Andrew Holness now do the common good in saying, all right, they are paying contribution over the many years, right? Somehow, based on the bureaucracy, right, they are not able to match up to get the NHT home. Why not use this opportunity to make sure all those NHT contributors can now get the benefit, and you reshape Jamaica in such a way? Because now that you understand, okay, all right, we are now talking about a category 5. Utilize the programs now to make sure that these communities that you are developing, they have deep drains, broad drains, right? To make sure that when you have heavy volume of water, right, it can be able to, you understand, rush off the water and put it in area where it is no danger to the community, right, and have any form of potential destruction to the infrastructure. You understand? Bring in now your civil engineer. It is the opportunity now. Bring in now your civil engineer. You understand? So that your civil engineer now, you understand, can make the appropriate assessment. This is time now for the technocrats to go in, do the appropriate assessment, you understand, and make it now compatible, right, going forward, right, where a category 5, you understand, you can now prepare, you understand, the best way you can prepare for a category 5. So all those things that you are now going to move forward, make sure that they have the proper hurricane strapping, right? Make sure that the foundation, you understand, dig deep, mutton thick, you understand, thick, powerful mutton, right? So if you used to use an half-inch steel, right, doing your mutton, you understand, try and use, right, a 1-inch steel for your mutton, right? And you come up with the your steel bars, you understand, and make sure you build them in such a way that you provide structural strength. So now this is a time now where you need to have dialogue with your technocrats, the civil engineer, and where now you do quick assessment of the corridor of hurricane and said, okay, all right, let us do something permanent for these people. Now, if you are not doing that, right, it simply means that are you trying, you understand, to now interfere your land grabbing situation using bureaucracy, you understand, to get people from out of the area, right, grab those lands, and you and your I would say accomplices, you understand, continue to be enriching yourself, right? Because we cannot be doing that. And then again, you are asking people to make sacrifices in this time. You have to understand that in doing this, you will be able to build resilience, because it has to be that the level of stress factor that these people are dealing with. When you go to your bed, are you having your meeting? Think humanly. You understand? Not utilize the reptilia, the reptile sense, because it just seems, you know, it's so reptile-like. You understand the way how you're moving right now, inhumane. And so then I am saying, here's an opportunity for Andrew Holness now to correct himself and correct his behavior. You understand? Look at the stress that people are going through. You couldn't find it feasible that you are talking about $10 million per constituency. Come on. You shouldn't even be thinking of that. That shouldn't, all right. If you are humane, that shouldn't have never run into your brain. You understand? That is just ridiculous. And you know, because you know that you are building, you are spending money on signs in Montego Bay, a welcome sign, and you are spending $17 million for that. You understand? And now you have an opportunity now to correct yourself and do the common good. You understand? You're talking about container homes. Look at them. Look at those container homes. Come on. Those container homes must stay in China where they belong. Let the Chinese use them in China.
Them not use them there.
Right?
No. Them not use them.
And if the Chinese don't use them in China, why you want the Jamaicans to use them? If the Chinese, as I can't do what Lonesome said, don't use these in China, why the hell?
Let's let them build them.
You want the Jamaicans to use them as well, because this is demoralizing. This is demoralizing. And you said you want to build resilience. How do you build resilience? By demoralizing the people? That can't be. Come on, Andrew Holness, wake up. Your administration, wake up. And I yield back.
All right, so look on this now, people. You see what film waste, remember them Chinese they shot, and look when we stay. See this? Anybody can see a fire shot the kitchen made. A matter of fact, any bullet, remember, you know, you put it in some place, things always go on there, right? 5,000 of them. People dead like rice cream. Them all stopping us so strong. The thing when push up, me now ask if we catch a side and okay, lock it to mash you up. Me see one in a sentence better mash up, you know. But them used to like a basic school, it destroyed. I have it some of you, I drive it up and show now. I continue. See, the next one I put out one here. See? Remember, you know, Byron, you sell them big door here, then big glass door, where that you don't have the privacy outside of there. Easy to look into. You can't do nothing to secure yourself. If you can't put it like that, if you're in a front point place, you take it up and move it with you. It will collapse by you. Look on this. May I make them man take shirts there with the big door, so I saw them design it. Look there. Look what them call one, brother. It's not even secure for you to live in it. See that? It's not anchored on nothing. Yes. Yeah, brother. You don't put something on that. See the fill See that? See that black piece of black. See that? Use that jacket up. Rest it down on something. Then this can't stand hurricane. Them kidding me. And it not saving either, you know. You see the good thing we carry it? It not saving. This can't stand hurricane. See them just level it and put it on a black. See there? He put that little thing and push it up. See there? Up. Then I use that little thing and now just let it down. See that? Let me even have less. See there?
Boy, I tell you something, boy. Trust me.
This is garbage. 5,000.
The man shouldn't even think about this.
5,000. If I think about couple hundred of them, you know, because I have them have a move, you know, 5,000. And think about scheme. I tell housing trust to use them as scheme.
No. No, sir. No, sir. Trust me.
It lightweight, you know, because remember this falling or two things upon it, you know. So if you have the two things, anything where you see you can live up past 6 months, can't live up, that no good. For your house?
Lonesome, which one of the member of parliament would want to live in something like this?
None of them.
Yo, this is just a slap in the Jamaican face.
Him just start the two thing and just let it down with himself. You see that side and the big side and now. See it fall up them, I just lift it up with them hand. Look how much of them there. 1, 2, 3, 4. Look how much of them I lift it up. See them put the little black and white. See that? The one of them are the same thing. Just put a black and white. See that? Level it and that's it. See the level it? Feet level. Step 5, raising right side. Look. Him just hold the thing and it just rise. You can use your hand and do it. And then you bolt it. Him just put on that and just screw it. See that? You bolt it up. You push it up and bolt it. See that? And then see the other two sides, them and take it out. You put the piece of rubber right at the side. Why not? This can be us, man. It's a temporary solution. Yeah? But you can, I tell you, housing trust, you can buy 5,000 of them, millions and millions of dollars worth of this. See there? See the lock pan them, the one of them come with the same lock. One at the bottom and like with a like a, you know, like a fulcrum, like a bolt. See there? See me go let down the other side there. With the same kind of door, the same kind of thing, them this house. Eh? The man I use NHT money I do garbage in a Byron. Believe it. See the black the way I'm West End pan?
I don't
They got nothing, people. Say the water in some place where see water flood and reach all 8 feet, it move them yeah. Me not ask. It might have flood out the people them house in a mobile. Yeah, because but it not move the structure. Structure good. Them should have clean the drain and do what them a do. But this, them are gone. So them a show you a little one fridge and I show you it say you've nice over this. It catch you below your waist. Any man can see in your place it two little curtain. So this them I use a catch people I show you a bathroom, I show you this. This already. Don't watch you finish it already. This busted than Edman with a plastic. So when people see this, they say nice. We can't live and them not realize say you put people life in a danger. Eh? Look on that. Barely can hold it up, look on the door. Eh? So you have to put a curtain on your door. Come on, can't lick it in him come fear, you know. So you know secure in it neither, you know, better. You understand? You can't put a grill pan it or nothing neither, you know. You just see that? You see it? No joke. Look here. See what Andrew say want to do, yeah?
Pre-built, containerized modular solutions. And we have settled in our minds that this is appropriate for the Jamaican situation that we now have. There are different types, different versions, and so I've met with the NHD, and the NHD has provided us with a solution that they are presently working on. At a later stage, we'll go into more details, but the plan is for, in the initial phase, for the NHD to purchase 5,000 container homes, and those will be, some of them will be for sale. So with a program with the NHD, you will be able to purchase. Some of them will be used to build housing schemes.
You must be crazy. You're a madman. Nobody you spend the money by the housing scheme here. Remember play this. This is a drop that Chulani does now. See that? Same thing. See that in a Chulani. See that I hate. And that coming like it's a little like a light ply. And it's yo, board house stronger than this, you know. No matter what little metal frame, and just look on the side of this. Brother, this is garbage.
But Wayne,
yes.
Apart from that, you know, if Andrew wants to take the route in terms of going right, what we need to find out, Wayne, as it relates to the so-called scheme homes that you want to fuse these in. We need to find out the cost, right, for one of those units. And when we look on that cost, right, we try to see whether or not that, okay, all right, if we are going to go to solid structure way.
Yeah.
You know what Andrew Holness would have done if you are going solid NHD structure? The amount of Jamaicans would have been employed.
Yes.
That again would have now employed a lot of Jamaicans. You understand? Put a lot of Jamaican construction workers at work. Building resilience with that, because they will be now busy, right? Doing the solid foundation, right? And that would be, you know, really a kickstart for the economy. Because of course now you'll be you'll be spending on human resource, you understand, to make sure that, okay, all right, a lot of people, right, who within the construction industry would be benefited, you understand, from, you know, working, building these homes and building them stronger and better, you understand, with new building codes, because hurricane category 5 hurricane should have now teach Andrew Holness. Let me talk to him a minute. Should have now taught Andrew Holness, right, that we need to develop new building codes, right, as it relates to anticipating a category 5, because we will never leave out of the hurricane belt. We'll be always in the hurricane belt. So Andrew Holness need to convert his critical thinking skills, you understand, to permanent structures, right, that can definitely stand up as it relates to new building code, you understand, to deal with the possibility of a category 5. And as I said, bring in the civil engineer, you understand, to look on an entire area that they are going to develop, right, in terms of doing that sort of construction, right, and make sure that when they are building the drain go deeper and wider so that it can contain more volume, right, and you build it in a way where it can quickly drain off, right. Now, all of these things need to be taken in factor. So again, here is Andrew Holness talking how prepared he was for Hurricane Melissa. And now, after Hurricane Melissa, going forward, Andrew Holness still not making any step to prepare in terms of building, you understand, better drain, providing better infrastructures for the Jamaican society. So even now, as he speaks, he's not doing that preparation for even next year. If you ask Andrew Holness, okay, going forward, right, are you thinking about new building codes that could be now implemented, you understand, to make sure that going forward, our structures are more structurally strong. You understand? So that one, right, it can create, it will allow less damage in terms of a category 5 hurricane, right? When we look at the situation, we know that, okay, most of our damage came from flood, right, and the wind truss. So then try to create new building codes, right, that is going to provide more strength to the structure of your home. You don't want to know put in container homes that, number one, you put in X amount of container homes. They are not solidly affixed to the foundation. We have seen where this strength of hurricane traveling at 185 miles per hour, right, blown over trailer container, right, heavy, damage heavier than container. Literally lift it and move it. So then, Andrew Holness, tell me, how are you thinking now that you are going to put many of these people, right, as it relates to victim of Melissa, in now a position that they are now going to be exposed now to even serious danger, because these container homes are not going on a structure that firmly grip them to the ground. Because if you are going to create concrete structure to make sure that these are firmly rooted on the structure, right, then might as well you go through the NHT, join up with NHT, join up with a civil engineer, and put many Jamaicans back to work. You don't see the way that, I don't know if it makes sense in a people. But if I were the Prime Minister, right, this is an opportunity to put back many Jamaicans to work. Many of the people within the construction industry, you understand, would have now gotten the opportunity, right, to have a job, right, create many jobs for them, right, doing the reconstructing, right, of many homes. But might be that is not Andrew Holness' plan. As I said earlier, that Andrew Holness' plan, some of it might appealing to land grabbing and what they can come off it and land space in terms of certain land space that they need to sell to their elites. So all of that, working out with this to show you that, okay, all right, Andrew Holness is not moving like a government who want to build a nation. He's actually moving like someone who want to wreck a nation, to be honest. Want to cripple a nation economy. Because when you look at the situation, and Andrew Holness talking about $10 million per constituency, and in the same breath, Andrew Holness' administration, when it comes to nepotism and cronyism and skullduggery, paying for a welcome sign in Montego Bay in St. James for $17 million. How do you equate that? How do you, in terms of the government priority, how does that? I mean, look, again, we are paying rental for a building. I think what 400 or is it melting pot or loan sum 400,000 per month.
54 million a year, one building.
Okay, so we are paying $54 million.
$4.8 million a year, yes.
Yeah, $4.8 million
per month. $58 million a year.
$58 million per year.
Yeah.
For a building that we are not using. I want to understand how Andrew Holness' administration set priority in terms of, you know, the utilization of taxpayers' money. You understand what we're talking about? We are getting value for every dollar that's spent. How does this work in terms of you look on taxpayers' money and you are taking $54 million per year paying for a building that no one is using?
But Byron, add that to Mandeville, the tax office where them spend $200 million.
Yes.
And the next
I'm trying to
$100 million.
Yeah, weird.
Not using that neither.
Yeah, I am trying to understand, you know, how Andrew Holness prioritized utilizing taxpayers' money. Because as I said, your government doesn't seem to gear as nation building. It seems like it's a government geared to cripple the economy through nepotism, cronyism, and skullduggery. Right? Because here it is now that you have a genuine situation. Right? Apart from you overpad the billing of a sign in St. James for $17 million and another one in Negril, you understand, for about $12 million. And that is all taxpayers' money, you understand, being pilfered. However, you understand, in the same breath, you are saying that you want to make sure that you use taxpayers' money, you understand, for solid reasons and make sure that it is well spent. But this is how you spend, this is how you well spend taxpayers' money. Me just not understand. And here is an opportunity now where you can create employment by utilizing the NHT program in terms of building from the ground. You know, can use the opportunity in formulating new building codes, you understand, in terms of dealing with an hurricane category 5. You understand? Now you have also the opportunity, you understand, to build new drains, bigger drains and better drains. But yet you're not doing anything. So then, okay, all right. What ADPEM is doing, you and ADPEM, what you guys are doing, you're going to talk about policy and all the talk, but what we are not seeing you speaking of any new building codes that going forward, you understand, to strengthen, you understand, the structural homes of Jamaica. Right? New building, as building codes as it relates to how you build drain, right, going forward, and making sure that it deal with heavy volume of water. Right? So what are you doing, Andrew? What is it your government is doing?
Nothing.
To prepare us for the next, because guess what? In the future, you're going to have more category 5.
Of course.
So what are you doing, Andrew? You have the opportunity now. You understand? We are okay. You can borrow money from the IMF. You can use, right, the CRF insurances. You can use the cat bond. You understand? You can now divert the $10 billion that you are taking from NHT and putting into this program, right? You have $6 billion in the NIR as according to you. You understand? Why not use these things? Why not use? I am lost. I can't fathom what you are doing. And I yield back, my brother.
Melting pot.
Yeah, I don't like the sound of the word coming out of Andrew Wallace's mouth as it relates to building container scheme. Because Andrew cannot take all the people from wherever they are from and then, put them into a situation now where they're living in a scheme.
Land grab.
Because most of these people, them have them agricultural land around them same place where them live, where them farm them little land, feed themselves. When you put them in a scheme, you take away that from the people them. But I hear Andrew come out with two phrases the other day. The GIS is one, the Geographic Information System, and the geotagging. And that is telling me, say, Andrew, onto something. And Andrew also mentioned about build robust management institution center. I want to know what is that robust management institution center for. But I can understand about the GIS, the Geographic Information System. You want to know about people land and where them live and which land you want and all these things. So, Mystic, you're right. You're right, Mystic, when you talk about Andrew want to capture the people them land. Because the idea where Andrew have is a nonsensical idea. Building back the people them home in Jamaica requires proper building to stand up against category 5. I hear one of the spokesmen for the Labour Party mention about carbon emission cost, Melissa. I want to blame it on the, larger manufacturing country them in the world.
Garbage.
And then now, if you are having that thought process as a government, then you have to build something to withstand category 5 hurricane and earthquake. Them little paper, cosmetic container houses here is not the solution. It's waste of money to bring 5,000 of them in Jamaica. Because these are not what Jamaica society requires. Our society with a high level of criminality, these houses are not conducive.
Dangerous.
These are what you go on beach resort, in the UK you rent out a holiday let home. And them something you sip on them place there. You understand? A society that, free of high level criminality. And them you sip on holiday let resort. These are not for people to live in permanent structure. That's the other think about building a scheme. This is wrong. And it's wasting of taxpayers' money. With all the money you have at your disposal now, you're supposed to start get the Jamaican workmen to work. That will also help to boost the local economy.
Exactly.
So if you're talking about building back the economy, you can build it simultaneously alongside the reconstruction of these houses.
Exactly.
stop looking at China for the solution to fix Jamaica problem. China have a different way of building houses. Their way of manufacturing houses is completely different from what we know about that is required in Jamaica, which is situated in a hurricane belt region. So we can't have this type of, garbage that you want to present. And you come up with so much new idea recently. We're wondering where you're going with GIS and geotagging. Tell the people all of a sudden in a hurricane crisis, you have come up with a GIS system, geographic information system, where you want to learn about the geographic and you don't fix nothing as we see currently is taking place. So your idea of GIS is to steal the people of land. And that me I see right now in front of me. And I know mystics see the same thing. We alone some see the same thing. Because he's a mafia. So we want structured building. Yeah? Where it is built from the foundation, from within the earth, come right up. Strength and resilient to withstand category 5 hurricane and earthquake. So we do have a reoccurring problem every time we have a hurricane season. The people are afraid because them house the way I show we can't stand up, Can't stand up to 185-mile wind speed. It cannot. Them they blow with all people and kill people. More than all you see people dead in them own little house where them did build. Because most of the damage is from roof and from board houses. Yeah. Concrete structures still stand up. Some of them roof gone. I said to you, get our trade man, put decking on the roof them. Cut out the zinc business them. Minimize the work where you have to do when you have hurricane disaster. Get rid of the zinc roof. Build the people that would have board houses. Some nice big 1-bedroom with bathroom and a little toilet and kitchen. Give them a starter. Lot of people contribute to the NHT. A Mystic, that point was a very solid point. You understand? And these people must start to benefit from their contribution. So now is the time to roll out that program and build the country in a more sustainable way where it can stand up against hurricane of the magnitude of Melissa, an earthquake. You have to build the country better to withstand against these disaster prone that Jamaica is prone to. So going forward, we can't have the container houses then. For me personally, this is like emulating the black tank them for the water supply. And we know it's not good. We know a pipe are the reality for water. In a modern 21st century, not black tank. So we know proper structure is the housing solution, not these little container prefabricated plastic houses when we see our bring come. Them on par with Edmund Ridge. And you see what happened to Edmund Ridge. So these cannot be the solution. Build back the country, my brother. You have a whole heap of money at your disposal. Start to utilize the money and utilize it in the right and proper way. Yeah? Structural engineer personnel must come in and do the assessment of the groundwork. We must build better drainage facility, yeah, to consume the high volume of water. So deeper and wider, yeah. And we must also have a system in place where we maintain them so that they always can access what they're supposed to access.
Exactly.
We also educate the society now in a better way not to dump rubbish in our drainage facilities. And we start building the country in a more unified structure manner. But Andrew Holness, they're all over the place. He ministered head them, they're all over the place because one thing, I run through them brain right now, is how to confiscate the amount of, donation will come to the country. Now we hear my talk, say my run go a place to go talk to G20 summit country. Your mother Andrew, nobody no want to see you. Nobody want to see you because the people them help you already, you know. Yeah, so your time now to start help yourself. Your time to start show the people them where you promise them the prosperity. Yeah, this is the right opportunity for you now to get on board and get in line with the promises where you make to the people them. Stop use the money from NHT to do your own personal adventure with you and your friend them involved. Because you use a lot of money from NHT. So far you gone 11.4 billion. You know what that could have do for the people them right now with them house. And remember, you know, it's not like you have the entire country to build back, you know. A section of the country you have to build back. So move towards the restoration program in a more meaningful manner, man. You're locked in with your urgency. You're just sitting down waiting. I don't know who you're waiting on to help. Because it can't be China with 90 days bringing in them little plastic housing solution, you know. We don't want that. We are telling you from now. So you need to go back on your suggestion and scrap that. Scrap that. We have cement company in the country. We have sand. We have man where make black. Utilize the workforce in the country.
That's what he needs to do.
Re-energize the working sector so that your economy can start move again. We just don't wait for tourists come in.
But
Goods and service.
Pat.
You're mad and your man. I yield back the floor.
Yeah, you might yield back the floor. But no move, Pat. Let me say something to you. I would Andrew Holness. So China, I think the country where I see run come to Jamaica with no aid or nothing. I not the Chinese were down there. Other country pouring, but you want to give them over 5,000 to buy 5 yards, give them money same time. That no make no sense to me, you know. You are running to them, go give them over plastic. They're not giving out, you know. But you are running to them and I give them, instead of the people them bill with them a bill, and you create job who sit down there and have the job now. Mega Mart, doing a mobile by the people, I show the people that shut down permanently now, you know. Them can't rebuild it, too much money. So them shut down permanently. I show that when me done. Mega Mart, them shut down permanently down in a mobile. The one where I show.
Oh.
Yes. And remember, you have other things that shut down. So people lose them job left, right, and center. Can they mash up bad? Me soon show that too. Them shut down permanently. We should not, and not even USA buy something for me now. But give it so much, you know, at China. So them a benefit off of we. When it come in, just couple people just push it up and just lock the little bolt on it and it's ready. No real work. And I like you spend money in the community, make them people the money I generate and people can pay the bill and help themselves and put on a little one room because them that bill on a scheme there or something. No, you cut them out. You say you're not smart. The money for staying in Jamaica. Too much of this. You are not prime minister material, brother. That's the worst thing. We have enough builders, not the Chinese. Look here. Look at Edmund Rich where you take the money and give for a bill. Look on this. Look on this.
Housing development of Edmund Ridge.
Look here. And right away,
Quality of the housing that is developed here. This is nothing like Operation Pride.
No. Operation Pride, look, and everything that over $1 million, that 100 million for them Operation Pride house. Go look about Karachi, look on Pittsburgh, look on some other places. But this is why I'm doing play politics by everything.
I want to make that point clear. So if you compare,
so this is better than the container house them, and them not good. If them are not good, can you imagine the container? Can you look on that not good? With two little lock, the little padlock where you push the two little. Come on now.
This government has done relative to what the previous governments have done, then you can come to the conclusion that something good are going in a job.
So that thing said it's a real board, you know, go and tongue will lock, you know. And you think that this put on good. This is just apply and then put some little vinyl on this, just mimic it. This is how China is false. So it's not good. Look on this.
Because if you compare these kinds of development
and the winner will then push out about these kind of development
to Operation Pride developments, then your conclusion would be that what was happening before was Operation Shame.
Are you more than shame? It's a disgrace. A goddamn disgrace. Look
And
at
it is these developments that we are doing now that is really creating communities of pride, communities in which the homeowners feel that they have a...
And not even one of them that them sit on pan somewhere there and see there. It's a more firm building him sit on pan and a swing.
A really good investment, a really respectful investment, an investment in shelter that gives them
like a some kind of green color that down.
dignity.
The zinc was flying, and it's like you can see the breeze coming in every direction. North, south, east, west.
This is what is left of the wall, the remains of it, made out of paper. Our home at what is left of it. It is 3 of us that live here, myself, my wife, and our 8-year-old son. And this is the aftermath of Hurricane Melissa.
Look at this!
This house is in St. James East Central, the Edmund Rich Estate. That was named after Edmund Bartlett, the tourism minister. And I understand that he and the Prime Minister
Chinese village.
They never come this side to look at the damage. We purchased this house from the HAJ Housing Agency of Jamaica, and they don't even...
Yes, apply. Them just add the thing to the ply. See that? Apply them. So them just add I look that to the ply to make it look like a groove and tongue hardwood. See that? Apply them in a buy one. So them add the
cost. What's the cost? What's the cost for one of these homes?
One of them home, yeah. All right, them did give them for 19 points, but them done 20 odd mil. But when you borrow it and for pay back the loan, you're nearly 50 million pay back in all, you know.
Look on that.
Yeah, can't double and a half and nearly, you know.
Brain loan, sir. This is what we call scamming. This is scamming.
Not good. This is a garbage.
Scamming. This is scamming.
It's better than the thing that we canteen house where you see, you know. This better than it and this not good. So you know, so the canteen house a garbage, brother. It not buckle down in your place. No, them just come and them put it down. Yeah, them do that and then you're in a danger. You know, our house here, everybody put grill on them house. Them no want them glass store, them man can fix stone our bullet, take it and them thing there. Me tell people when them build them house now, you see you keep your window more. Because people take gunshot take them off of them bed. You can't lie down in a room where your bed higher than your window right now. Not good. So you go upstairs. Because bullet fire anywhere, especially in a ghetto, to take you off of your bed. Me not ask. It happen. You understand? Them you know by one, it not have no place, the container house, where you can secure the place itself. If you get the flood like how some people get the flood, they can lift it up and move it better. The wind alone, I can push them in. Them look locked thing that can't hold them. Them a temporary thing. Them not good. Edmund Ridge no good. Much less the container houses. They are not good. They are garbage. Right? Them they are real garbage. No two way about it. You understand? Them they are real garbage. Let me see this. Yes. So them container house thing there, what we are showing you right now, them are not good. You understand? Them have to go sit down. I'm going to play something else with Andrew Holness, so I'm going to drop the cover. Hear this.
Capable of delivering development outcomes at scale. So, ladies and gentlemen, I believe I have covered a broad range of topics that are pertinent to the disaster management. And I hope that the information has been useful and that as a citizen, you will use this information to counter some of the misinformation.
People are misinformation and Andrew Holness. You are using information with garbage for counter misinformation. I real builder. Where am I put up his garbage? Number one, them couldn't give me that coming out staying that in the Bible. Me have some people tell people what burger and breakfast. That is a blocking every day. A man just knock the glass that block. Man can't step in at that any time. You couldn't put nothing in at that bread and breakfast. Rent them down, put on property and leave that. That's not secure. No care where you go with that, that not secure in our place when it's secure like Jamaica. That a madness. Continue.
And deliberate malicious information that is being circulated.
Who am I talk to? Because him has spread malicious information, you know. Him alone has spread that.
In some quarters. But we also hope that this information will give you hope that all is not lost.
Garbage! Give a kind of hope. Him think of hope zoo. Eh?
That there is...
Man, I eat that about give hope. Eh? The man I preach. Like him a pal. Eh? Give hope.
A brighter future ahead for...
Brighter future can't head with nobody with black tank and container. And by the way, you couldn't have that and put a black tank and put it on your place, you know. That are a sink. That are mash you up. 12. That can be the roof for me cinema put up. Nothing can go on that neither. Continue.
For Jamaica. I hope it will create in you the strength to work even harder at what you're doing to make your efforts successful.
So when you finish do what you do, beg we up in the diaspora and we continue to give a bill back. Not him.
And count in the ledger of Jamaica's economic progress.
People, him still use economic progress what we never have. All in a destruction, them tell us economic progress. Some people, yeah, me tell us I got everything when do politics, you know. Him is garbage. Continue.
And growth. So even while half of Jamaica is devastated, the half that is not should work harder, grow faster, and help the other half.
Well, you know, saying sick in the head, though. Kind of make no sense, you know. You work harder and grow. But coming out growing and grow faster for the other half. That makes sense.
But while he's asking lonesome for the other half who he claim not affected, right, to work harder and put out double right output,
yes,
right, to build back the economy. I'm just asking one simple question here, right? He recognized that the economy is quite fragile, right? As it relates to his salary, salary, and other members of parliament salary. Can the economy at this stage sustain their salary? So the Prime Minister is asking one side of the island to make the sacrifice, but is the Prime Minister leading out in terms of, you understand, demonstrating to the Jamaican people the sort of sacrifice that ought to be made by him making an example, right, in taking a reduction in the members of parliament salary?
No, sir.
Is he doing that?
No, sir.
So that, of course, you understand, he can facilitate other areas in the economy that need to facilitate in terms of the reduction in their salary. Why doesn't he take a page out of Ibrahim Traore book? When Ibrahim Traore take over Burkina Faso, that was one of the first things that Ibrahim Traore had done, reduce members of parliament pay. Why doesn't he take a page out of that man book? Because you know why he will not take a page out of that man book? Because he's not in it in terms of building a nation.
So
he's in it to destroy a nation.
Byron.
Yes.
Byron, hold on, man. All man make money if you take a page out of Traore book.
Eh?
All them can make money if you take a page out of Traore book. Remember, I'm there for the money, you know. That's what I'm saying. Brother.
That's what I'm saying. He's not in it in terms of building a nation.
No.
Making the sacrifice to build a nation. He's in it, you understand, to see what he can get for himself. He's in it to preserve his 28 bank account. He's in it building on more wealth that he cannot explain. That's what look, when you look on the decision making of Andrew Holness administration. And if you look on all the people who are defending him, pay attention, Lonesome, to the people who are defending him. Yeah. Pay attention to Big Mama, Station, Jaws, right? And you ask yourself the question. Ask yourself the question.
We notice them, man.
Are they being benefited from the Andrew Holness administration directly? And the answer is a big
yes.
The answer is a big yes. How NNN is benefiting the government allowing to continue to rob the taxpayers' revenue.
Yes.
So this is a definitely disgrace. Right? Now, when likes like Mia Motley, right, under no circumstances, 1/10 of what Andrew Holness had done would have taken place in Barbados. Right? And as I said, that nowhere within the Caribbean basin where you have a prime minister, right, not able to have his statutory declaration certified. Everything about Andrew Holness that define Andrew Holness, some sense of criminality, some sense of wrongdoing, some sense of dishonesty. From the onset of Andrew Holness venture into the political process, it was a mayhem as it relates to his entrance in the political process. His entrance had to caught up in the courthouse. And the same pattern of stealing that it took place as it relates to election irregularities, right? It is now the same thing playing out as it relates to the Paul Buchanan case. The same irregularities, right? The stuffing of ballot box, the hiding of ballots. Now, Jamaica must come to some consensus that this man needs to go. Has Andrew Holness, based on what you know about Andrew Holness, ever acted in an ethical sense? No. This man moral compass flatline. Flatline. This man doesn't understand to balance, the things that are wrong, right, as opposed to the things that are right. It seems like him is totally inept to even come to that consciousness. Why am I saying that? In his previous administration, Andrew Holness' wife, who was the Speaker of the House in the previous administration, had caught up with the system trying to suppress the Integrity Commission report, hide them, right? And even when she was told that she was doing the wrong thing, she was hell-bent in still continuing her wrongdoing. Okay. Andrew Holness stole the election. Now his second administration, because under no circumstances I am going to say Andrew Holness win the election when he have a situation with Paul Buchanan. We are in the Prime Minister, right? Have a situation with Paul Buchanan, and I am talking about Andrew Holness win the election. Andrew Holness does not win the election. And that is one of the reasons why I'm not blaming any Jamaican people, because the majority of Jamaican people did not vote for this man. So I'm not going to make that mistake in saying that Andrew Holness won the general election. No! He stole the election. And that is one of the reasons why He has this issue with Paul Buchanan. And from the look of everything that I am seeing, Paul Buchanan seems to be that he's going to be victorious. And here he is, as it relates to his second administration. What did he do? Put back his wife there, knowing that his wife is an obstructionist. And are we getting any solid performance coming out of the parliament as it relates to, right, the sessions, you understand, been running okay, right, and people, the true sense of democracy being utilizing in the parliament? Many of the times what we have seen with Juliet Holness, the opposition trying to speak, right, try to create their background for better understanding, and all what you have seen is objection from Juliet Holness, from objection to objection to objection to objection. Eh? And so then these are the things that, when you look at it, right, the behavior of this man has nothing to do with any form of ethical precision. His moral compass flatline. And here he is taking over ADPEM and claiming that he made those decisions based on an audit that who had done? Gugu Gaga. Gugu Gaga, who has no skills or expertise in that particular area. And this man used Gugu Gaga to so-called carry out an audit, right? To force ADPEM under his responsibility to do what? So that the appropriate checks and balance not being done. Delay the process of having a task force oversight committee, right? Running a system as it relates to ADPEM, where tons of inventory going into ADPEM, and the Prime Minister has not set up an inventory management system to record all inventories going into ADPEM. Want to tell me if this man not sick? Him cannot help himself. Andrew Holness cannot help himself from pilfering. Sticky fingers. Can't help himself. So when you look at these things, it's very serious. The longer Andrew Holness stay in power, more Jamaicans are going to suffer. And that's the truth about it. And I yield back, melting pot.
Yeah, and you're so right, Sir Byron. Because my Jamaican people, they all have to just remember, say, Andrew Holness and the entire administration are all parasite, Parasite. Yeah, man. And so, these parasites will never stop from sucking the blood of the Jamaican people.
Exactly.
No two ways about it. Because, as you rightly say, the economy where Jamaica currently have, cannot sustain the high wage package where Andrew Holness cabinet, absorbing right now out of the taxpayers' money. Right? But Andrew Holness don't see it fitting in no way, shape, or form to make some reduction where that is concerned. Yeah? Here who Andrew Holness are turned to now. The people them that are not badly affected by Hurricane Melissa must work harder to help build back the country. So he's asking the people for more contribution. What has Andrew Holness contributed?
Nothing.
What has him and him cabinet member them with all these high salary and business entity with them have? this vast amount of millions and billions? What have they contributed? As far as I'm concerned, they have contributed nothing. But Andrew Holness want tell the Jamaican people them who already are suffer from low wages. So them for work harder. So them for produce 2 times or time and a half the capacity with them normal. Produce for the same meager salary. You know, so this man is a vampire, man. This man and the entire cabinet, they are parasite sucking the Jamaican people blood. Sucking the Jamaican people blood right now till the life I leave the people. And we have to call out Andrew Holness for these bad policy where him have. These bad policy where him keep putting in place to run Jamaica. He can't run the country. Andrew Holness, you know, this is why him hastily, you know, the malice had pen to the extent where him get rid of the people who have the knowledge and expertise to run that entity. And bring him army friend Alvin Gale, yeah, to be the man in charge. You understand? And using Richard Thompson to be this guy mentor, to teach him the ropes. Because Andrew does not want any checks and balance. This is why Andrew only scant regard to Marky G proposal of an independent task force to do the checks and balance. So you see all them house where you talk about from China. And you know what, nobody know how much you must spend for that. And you know what, know about the deal where man China cut for them house here. So him not deal with no oversight committee, no independent oversight committee, him no want that. Him want the same people them from within FEMA administration to provide that checks and balance. And we can't have that. Because right now, all I say Andrew do you know is wash out the little island into the hands of China. Where you see vast amount of Chinese in our country at work, but our people not working. When we see Chinese come and build them little idiot house where we see up at Edmund Ridge. When we see now Chinese have the contract now for selling container houses. So basically, Andrew, I show we as Jamaicans say, him no need our skill. When we have in a Jamaica to build the country, him can utilize the Chinese skill and him can make sure no so the China government have benefit immensely out of a little third world country. So I want to know what is the deal that Andrew have with these Chinese people. Why Andrew has discarded the Jamaican workforce to the extent where our builders are not participating in building back the country. The man want to utilize Chinese company and Chinese government and Chinese official to build the country. So may I ask the question, look like Jamaica turn China. No wonder we have Beijing Highway, but we have pay feet. It no name of a 1 hour, you know, stalwart. You understand? 1 hour 4 parents to shed them blood for the country. It name of a Beijing. You understand? A city in China. So we have to ask these questions, you know. And these questions are fundamental questions where we have to ask. And this is why we know say Andrew Holness does not value the people of Jamaica. Right now, Andrew Holness value China and Chinese population because he might provide them job. He might provide them government with contract work, with them workforce, while him neglect the local sector. So may I ask my people if you can't see where I go on. At time when you come out and rebel against the Pharaoh leader when in the country. At time for you rise up now and stop make the man come use scandal bag and trick you with little handout goodies. You understand? Because if the handout goodies and Andrew provided, and Andrew government, you know, are outside source are sending the thing and Andrew still a starve night. Andrew have money slung pan over 200 billion. And Andrew not do nothing with it. Andrew want to not live in the mud for as long as some rain can come and wash it away. Andrew no want to send in the water truck to wash off the pavement and the road and clean up the mud. Andrew not do nothing to rehabilitate my people in Jamaica. So me I call on my people again once again. It's time to take a look at the leadership in the country. Because the leadership in the country is non-existent. To the fact where the man are ward up the things that come for the people. Because I just want to run the country on a theme one administration. This is why the man does not want to collaborate with the People's National Party and the leader of the opposition. Yeah, the man treat Mark G like say he's not democratic elected to be the opposition of the country. You understand? So this dictatorship, we have to rubbish it now, you know. We have to rubbish it and we are called upon civil society group now. We start throwing the weight behind where we are surrounded. So because Jamaica in a perilous position right now. Yeah. It's in a position where if we don't careful, our Jamaica disintegrate into civil war. And we can't afford that. We people have to live with the knowledge say, out of many we are one people. But this guy come and divide up the place using politics all in a crisis proportion time. The guy I use politics, division, scant regard to the opposition. Yeah, we see we're not even helicopter, we wouldn't even half to the leader of the opposition. Marky G have to pay for that. And then when we burn him, you see them run out and, you know, like them are half time something. You know, half of the man nothing. The man are part of the government. And him supposed to have access to the country and the country resource. Marky G privileged to go anywhere and everywhere. Yeah. And Marky G free to use the taxpayers' money resource. So when we see Andrew Holness are playing now, it's party politics. And we are telling them say it wrong. We are saying, Andrew, you have to mobilize yourself in a different capacity. You have to show the people at Jamaica say you're the leader. But remember me tell you long time, say you know, Prime Minister material, and you are not surplus to requirement because when the heat is on, you run and hide, you know. You run and hide when the heat is on, you know. And many times you find yourself, yeah, hiding from your own people. Because when you have issues like what we have now, you does not know how to even approach it. Your head gone, you're confused, you're all over the shop. Because the simple fact of the matter, you know, you are not transparent. Yeah, and you don't want to spend the money that belongs to the country to enhance the people in the country and to develop the country the right way. You want to chop the money, you and your minions them. This is why you have a little garbage hatchery. Yeah, where Big Mama at the mother end for coming out and telling lies to the people in the country. Coming out and making you, trying to make you look good when there's no good about you. Because everything what draws Davis talk about, you know, is a fabricated speech him getting up and him come read it. Yeah? Because we know to George Davis as no government official enough to address the nation, you know. And I speak for matters that concern the nation. George Davis is a piece of shit where each up underneath Big Mama. Where them spread PLI and propaganda. Where them spin things, yeah? Turn real information into disinformation. That's what them do. And so we can't have these people who are tax delinquents speaking to us. Yeah, these are corruption to the core. So we don't want a corrupt entity come speak on behalf and a government, corrupted government, criminal government. We can't have corrupted entity about criminal government, corrupted government. You mad? And I come talk to the nation in our capacity in a time like this. We need people with transparency, man. We need people where we can see credibility within them. We don't want nobody where them, can certify where, right now, them can't get account for nothing where I go on in the country. Where the country finance is concerned. Andrew Holness can't tell what him do the money, Andrew is the most heavily borrowed administration as a prime minister. He borrowed the most money. Have we seen any work for the money? No. But what Andrew has left the Jamaican population to do? To take up the burden of the high extreme austerity measure that placed on borrowing this loan. And so that is why I say Andrew is a parasite that is sucking the blood of the Jamaican. And it's time my Jamaican people wake up and realize what Andrew Holness is doing. Over the 10 years, you must have seen how much the country has declined, how much the country has plummeted into financial insecurity. Andrew cannot tell us about the NIR. You understand? I mean the NRI, the net reserve income. He can't tell you nothing about that. Because that gone, my people. That gone. This is why Andrew Holness can't mobilize himself, because he's broke. Where the country finance is concerned, it's non-existent. And Andrew Holness has been telling lies. This is why now he want to find himself and waste taxpayers' money again. We fly go to South Africa, go itch up amongst G20 group of countries. Them people don't want to see him. Them people that do not want to be seen amongst a tainted guy. A guy that cannot be certified. A guy who everybody knows say corruption the right up to his neck. Nobody don't want to see with Andrew, So Andrew, I find himself at a place that he's not invited. He's not a part of the G20 country. So why is Andrew itching up there? And you notice, this time I make mention, same I go there. Normally when Andrew leave, I go anywhere we don't know. And when them are doing PR, them we see him up in the sky in a plane. But this time I make mention of it. Because Andrew want to go beg. This is where Andrew carry Jamaica to. On its knee, where it keep begging for help. Yeah? But yet still, you have investors from outside of Jamaica and make billions of dollars out of the country. Billions them make out of Jamaica. But Jamaica can't benefit from all this. Because what? Andrew privatize everything and sell off everything. I mean, I tell my people, them say at time, you understand, say, if we keep Andrew for any period longer than maybe the next 6 months, when him done, we don't have nothing left. See him come up with this GIS system. Him want to know on the land there. That him want to know, because he need more land to distribute to him friend them. So when him want to take on off on a little settlement, one of them already through a little crisis reach the country. I'm packing up in a scheme. Want to no land where on a farm around on a house. Because you can't go in a scheme, go farm land, no land, because none of the phone. So what I do, let the scheme go back, push back on the use of a little banana, yam and them sup the plant. That can't happen. And you can't relocate to no. So to make sure tell them so no one, none of them little garbage house here where come institute nice society. We don't want back on the real houses. And Andrew, we are telling you, think it over before it's too late. Think it over, Andrew. Because you want to continue to waste the taxpayers' money to enhance China. I don't know what sweetheart deal and China government have, But all you are doing is causing mayhem in the society. And you are opening up new windows for Trump to look through. And I yield back the floor.
All right, so we could leave from Andrew. We'll come back to you, Andrew, but we'll go to Yamhead. But I better I eat some fruits and things from there now. I just feel like a package, so so I just fling two swim around too nice. I swim around in the pot so I can make them burn up in our face. Deal with them quick. I eat some nice fruits, But I just feel like for two swim around, so I mash him up right now. But when I play this, then we're going to look where I go on, because we can't make it burn up. So I could play this. Look on this, brothers.
6 questions.
My question.
No,
I
you're not
normally sit
allowed
as the chair
to
and have
dominate.
lots of questions.
This is why I'm giving you.
I always sit at the chair. The man I tell you why I'm giving time. But when you're up there, so nobody can talk. But look on this.
5 or 6 questions.
My question.
No,
I
you're not
normally sit
allowed
as the chair
to
and have
dominate.
lots of questions.
This is why I'm giving you
making sure
quite a
Unbelievable.
bit of discretion.
And I'm making sure
But there
to
are
ask
many other
appropriate
members
questions.
who are waiting.
Yes, Chair.
And we have a time limit. We have 3 different ministries.
What is the duration of the meeting, Chair?
The meeting would normally end by 4:35.
All right. I will take that into consideration, Chair. So,
Final question
nature,
for this round.
Of a critical nature is the persons who are cut off in the Irishtown, Middleton settlement area all the way up to Newcastle. And there are some residents who are attempting to do some work on the road from Jacqueline to connect, which I know is dangerous. We would love to get the support of RADA in respect of those areas to return those farming communities to normalcy. And that would include Westphalia, Davidsville, Halseylight, and around by Middleton settlement side.
Thank you.
And
Thank
Tower
you.
Hill and
Thank
Tower
you.
Hill Lime Tree and Content to St. Peter's section. Chair, you wouldn't know the space, so you wouldn't know how critical because
No,
it
but
connects
I
to
know I
Portland
can
as
follow
well.
time,
All right?
and you've
So
taken
I
a
would
lot of
speak
time with many
both for
questions.
No.
So I am now going to exercise Chairman's prerogative and move on to Mr. Crawford. Turn on Mr. Crawford.
Chairman, thank you very much, sir. So I'm not sure what the rules are, but I will start with 2, and if we come back around, I will.
Very considerate of it.
All right, thank you, Chairman. Chairman, I've seen a map indicating.
All right, so I'm going to stop that. Now, when she sit around there, so you know, she always speak the chairman the other time, but she, you know, me was the chairman. So that alone, rude. She want to point out everything and do the chairman. I said, that's why we give this. But that and that and that. But yes, so she push on herself.
But when?
Yes.
What you need to show as a comparison in terms of her behavior is to get back to the clip as it relates to how he reject Brown when Brown was asking the question and shape that foundation.
You see this story? Let me play about this.
5 or
I'm
6
allowed
questions.
to ask my question.
No,
I
you're not
normally sit
allowed
as the chair
to
and have
dominate.
You're not allowed to dominate.
lots
Yeah?
of questions.
This is why
And I
I'm
am
giving you
making sure
quite a bit
to-
of discretion.
And I'm making sure
But there
to
are
ask
many other
appropriate
members
questions.
who are waiting.
Yes, Chair.
And we have a time limit. We have 3 different ministries.
What is the duration of the meeting, Chair?
The meeting would normally end by 4:35.
All right. I will take that into consideration, Chair.
No, wait.
So,
Find the clip when she is objecting to Brown to finish the question. Find the clip there. I'm going to make the comparison and show the public.
Yes. You see me, I say?
For the public to understand that this woman is a dictator. So rules and regulation and standing orders don't go for her when she was objecting to Brown. But now she wants these rules to be relaxed. So find that clip.
I just wanted to give a Luna Saturday any comment on the issue. My constituents an update of what occurred in Parliament today. The government, in preparation for.
No, may I play this first? Melting Pot and Byron.
Yeah.
That shows that the place is really black and the importance before the hurricane and what she do. You have explain everything to her and like what we see. Don't hear this.
Possibly tropical storm Melissa or even Hurricane Melissa through the Minister of Water, Environment and Climate Change, Matthew Samuda, made a statement in Parliament today updating the country as to the situation surrounding the movement of the system, advising the country what plans are being put in place by the disaster agencies, principally ODPM and other related entities to prepare for in terms of mitigation and response systems for the hurricane. He was also doing so on behalf of the Minister of Local Government, who he said was out of the country at the moment. Following that statement, which was, far-reaching and covered a lot of issues, including landslides and the readiness of those entities to respond to the imminent disaster, I rose on a matter relating specifically to the constituency, because over the past few days we have been having a lot of rains. A few of our interior communities and districts, namely Luna Field, have had some landslides which blocked sections of the roadway in those districts.
People, I show you what happening, Him show me, Byron. This is before Melissa, People trapping, and here we should do.
Totally. As is the required process, I would have reported them directly to the ministry, to the National Works Agency, and expected, following from that report, because the communities were barred in, action to clear the land slippage so that the public and the residents can continue to move freely. Up to this morning, and these things would have occurred over the weekend, I think on Saturday, none of the areas were cleared. Constituents have been calling me repeatedly since Saturday, indicating that it is the residents who have had to pull up their sleeves and made some amount of access, like clearing out segments of the landslides to allow vehicles or traffic to move in case persons want to have emergencies to go to the hospital, or just to basically move to go to work, etc. In engaging the NWA this morning and related parties, I would have learned that part of the challenge why the roads have not been cleared is based on the reluctance of some of the contractors to really undertake the clearance, because they are owed significant sums by the government for past work done as it relates to similar clearances, etc. So when the minister spoke, I felt it important to ascertain from the government, as it considers and prepares for the disaster response and the readiness of the agencies, if the minister was aware of this outstanding matter, and if any effort and plans have been put in place or are being contemplated to address these, so that whenever the response is required for contractors to assist the NWA and other entities to clear the roads, we won't have that recurring if hurricane or tropical storm Melissa is to cause landslides, as is the case with the rains recently. I was prevented from asking that. I was told that the NWA, landslides, and those issues were not germane to the minister, because the Minister of Water, Environment and Climate Change, even though he was not speaking specifically in that capacity as minister. He himself said that he was representing the Minister of Local Government. And in fact, he was giving a broad range statement from the government, on behalf of the government, on the issue. Following the, I attempted to, because I was insistent on asking the question, because I believe that it is a matter that needed to be top of mind as part of the preparedness of the government to deal with any impact that could come from the system. The speaker insisted. Other members thereafter sought to raise questions as it relates to preparation and resources being put aside for drain cleaning and other such questions. The member from Southeast St. Andrew, member Julian Robinson, rose to reference some of his constituents who were flooded about 4 weeks ago. He was prevented from even continuing to his questions. And then the leader stood up and sought to raise some concerns about how the process was being administered by the speaker. And his mic was turned off. That was the ultimate disrespect. And the party felt, and the members felt, that it was very draconian, very dictatorial, and we would not stand for that sort of approach in the midst of an imminent national emergency where we must be allowed to raise all the pertinent issues to ensure that the government is considering all the factors associated with the hurricane and to ensure that we are fully ready.
Appointed by the government to make this particular statement. Therefore, without being properly briefed.
Member, thank you very much. You may take your seat. No, member, you may take your seat. Member, take your seat, please. Member, take your seat, member. Don't, member, take your seat. Member.
And you're ruled on that. Did he talk about payment? You nincompoop. Did he speak about payment?
Look on a big dirty thinking queen here now. Eh? When should I go in prison for the little ones them? When cast a little lunch money. Look at him talk about ning power. Eh? What is shit?
The member from St. Catherine East. The member from St. Catherine East, please ask your question.
We should talk to people.
I want to say something.
When we had heavy rains,
what is your question?
I'm coming to it.
No,
ask
your question.
Question.
Members, it is very evident. It is very evident. It is, members, it is very evident, and that's not an appropriate question.
Can they, and thank you for allowing me, Madam Speaker.
Ask your question.
Can the Minister advise me and the House if, because as I said, there is a difficulty in terms of contractors indicating that they are not getting paid to clear the road.
Member, please take your seat.
You sit down, man, brother. Right. And you see with this, so look at our people, look at
for this round.
Of a critical nature is the persons who are cut off in the Irishtown, Middleton settlement area all the way up to Newcastle.
Show me tell us up the black off melting pot.
Yeah.
In a few attacks, she attack, but she gone down in a with Jess place.
Yes.
But our place, Mr. People maroon up there, the road gone. Cut off going away from Newcastle, hear this.
There are some residents who are attempting to do some work on the road from Jack.
Yeah, that's the thing that when I show them I work, I carry the light post and I try to do things themselves.
The rubber tire them and all them.
It's dangerous. We would love to get the support of RADA in respect of those areas to return those farming communities to normalcy. And that would include Westphalia, Davidsville, Halseylight, and around by Middleton settlement side.
Thank you.
And Tower Hill and
Tower
Hill Lime Tree and content to St. Peter's section.
She still attack, thank you.
Space so you would know how critical.
I know I can follow time, and you've taken a lot of time with many questions. So I am now going to exercise Chairman's prerogative and move on to Mr. Crawford.
You saw the patient, Byron?
Yeah. Hey, that piece of shit that she not no manners, man. She too much. She's a piece of shit.
You see that though?
Who she thinks she is? Carry on, my brother.
Yeah, you see that? So she know overspeak. And him said, no, him have to exercise this now for move on. She want to take up the whole time. But other people said, sit, have a seat, can't work. That's a garbage.
Garbage.
That's a garbage, brother. Where you say, Byron? Well, what you say, brother?
Well, that is why it is important for us to show those two clips in terms of how dominating, right, the Speaker of the House is. right, and have no respect as it relates to, I mean, decorum, right? Because he's now, right, trying to, you know, bully, right, MP Brown. After MP Brown is on creating the background to explain how important the information is as it relates to what Matthew Samuda had spoken about, right? And he is now giving an extension in terms of the effect, in terms of his constituency, right? But guess what? She didn't want Mr. Brown to expose her government because of the construction people, the contractors, right? Need to get paid because they owed money from previous as it relates to Melissa to bury, as it relates to bury. So this is what he was talking about, to ensure that the government needs to clear up the debt with these people so that they can be utilized to the fact that they have been paid up. Because if I am owed, right, if I am a contractor and the government owe me for Melissa, owe me for burial, you understand? Then, I mean, you couldn't come ask me, you know, to come do some duty. You understand?
No,
and me not get paid for burial. You understand? So you have to clear me up. You understand? Clear up my burial money first. And then we can move on to Melissa. You understand? So this was what, right? This was the area of, you know, concern that he was getting into. But Juliet Holness did not want, right, Mr. Brown to expose that. So then she used her bully power, right, and tried to bullerize him. Now watch this now. Here it is now. Under different settings, right? She know, as it relates to the same standing orders, you know. Remember, she pointed right out the standing orders to Mr. Brown, said Mr. Brown need to obey standing orders. Now, guess what now? Here it is that you have Peter Bunting pointing out the standing orders to her. You understand? And she's not obeying it.
No.
So when you look at that, you realize that Andrew Holness and his wife, right? As I said earlier, that they are obstructionists, they are bullies, they are dictators.
Definitely.
This is evidence to prove in terms of what we are saying, showing the comparison of both tapes, you understand, and where you see in both videos, one of the video where Juliet Holness is pointing out standing orders for Mr. Brown to obey the standing orders, even though that Mr. Brown argument was in alignment, you understand, with statement that Matthew Samuda made. However, now, this is her time now. You understand? She's not heading that committee, right? Now, Peter Bunting is pointing out to her to obey the standing orders, and she's not obeying the standing orders. People, it's for you to decide. Put out the politics outside. You to decide as it relates to this particular family. Andrew Holness and his wife, you understand, running a bedroom parliament. You understand? And believe you me, anything what Juliet Holness, from once you see that behavior in terms of Juliet, you know that it is Juliet Holness that run the Prime Minister Edinburgh. Anything that Juliet Holness decided that she want, that is what she has to get. If Juliet Holness decided that, look, you have to put me back in the speaker's chair, then Andrew Holness have to make sure that she go back into the speaker's chair. Now, Jamaica seat, you have it. You understand? You have the family in terms of the dictatorship. You understand? In terms of, you understand, the bullyism. This is not a democrat. The process is not democratic. The process is simply not democratic. Go ahead, Melting Pot.
Yeah, and this is why Peter Bunting have to make sure, remind her that him have to exercise him chairmanship.
Yes.
Yeah, him couldn't allow her to continue, you know. Because she was just like a train out of control, about to derail. And Peter Bunting couldn't make sure the real nothing when him in charge of. You understand? Because who she if you bully everybody? When she in the speaker seat, she do it. Now she not in the speaker seat. The same pattern of behavior exists.
Exactly.
Because it is normalized by she and her husband to run the country under this dictatorship, bullyism tactics for them have. And we have to stop them.
Yeah.
Because remember, two ordinary people, them, you know. Them now come from nowhere, them and nobody. You understand? And we give them privilege, and when them use the privilege and do, abuse it and turn it into power. And we say no to the holiness power. Because the holiness power is not a power that people can consume. It not no value, no substance to the Jamaican people life. It's a destruction power where them are rage upon the society in Jamaica. Where them try to muzzle everybody. Where them try to dictate and bully them way. All when them wrong, them use the same policy. And we are say no to bullyism, no to corruption, no to dictatorship. You understand? Our country must remain on the pathway of democracy. And we're not allowing a garbage like Andrew Holness and size 13 to come and derail that process. That process has been engraved in our DNA, where we know for sure that we have always have the rights to exercise our freedom of speech. Yes? And so, these two little garbage individual, because they are not even a couple of people. They are individual criminals. Because remember them marriage in tatters. You understand? Where Andrew Holness and Juliet is concerned, nowhere else in the world you have a husband and wife where their domestic life has been played out in Parliament to the extent where she was numb, couldn't look nor couldn't speak. When Andrew discriminated her in such a manner where she looked like a piece of shit on the wall. So we have to call a spade a spade. The two of them are shit. Yeah? None of them not fit for Parliament. None of them not fit to administrate in a Jamaica parliamentary system. They are not leaders. You understand? These people are only there to enhance their wealth and their lifestyle. This is why they have so much project going on. This is why they take away everything from the Jamaican population. Where our workforce is concerned, our workforce has now been laid off and in some cases made redundant by the Andrew Holness administration. And we must seek changes. We have to get changes because we can't have Chinese dominating the working environment. And our people are sitting down idling, looking up in the sun, wondering where their next meal coming from. So Andrew is hell-bent on destroying the population in Jamaica. This is why I am calling, I am asking, I am begging civil society to rally around the voice of the people now. Hear the cry of the nation and assist them in a way that this government will do the right thing once and for all and resign and give the country to somebody who can carry the country forward. Andrew Holness has stagnated everything in the country. He has stagnated the people's funds. He has stagnated the economy. He has stagnated the popularity of the country. A lot of people turning off from Jamaica right now, you know, based on who is running the country. A lot of people don't want to know anything about Jamaica. You ask them say the country too corrupt. And I mean, Jamaica has always been the pride and joy of a lot of people. A lot of people outside of CARICOM. We are talking about Europeans, American, Canadian, Australian, and all these people. Yeah? Europeans. But now, where Jamaica is, it's not anywhere in their thought at this moment, because they are seeing what is going on, they are hearing what is going on, and they know what is going on. Because social media bring it right into their living room, in their bedroom. And so nobody now have to really ask anything more about Jamaica. Just at the tip of your finger and you can find out what's happening. When you look at the amount of illegal contraband, guns, ammunition, and drugs, and when you look and see who is in charge of our port of entry, a guy who has a 212 visa restriction, a guy who is attached to DEA, Drug Enforcement Agency. You understand? You can't have this guy running our port of entry. You cannot have Andrew Holness as the Prime Minister. You cannot have Dr. Crab as the Security Minister. You cannot have Juliet Holness as the Speaker of the House. You cannot have Tough Tongue as the Minister of Health. You cannot have Deadman Mackenzie as local government minister. And you certainly cannot have the rest of the administration, because all of them are tainted with corruption and criminality and theft. And this is why I'm calling on my Jamaican people to heed the voice and the cry of melting pot, mystic and lonesome. Time for a change in our society. Our leadership is in tatters. And if we keep this leadership in place, the country will end up in ruins. And I yield back the floor, my brother.
Well, well said. I think Jamaicans are growing so frustrated, right, with the Holnesses, right, and see the sort of behavior that they displayed, right, outrightly disrespectful, right, have no regards, right, for the laws. And I can't understand. To me, somehow I can't fathom, right, even earlier today, Melting Pot, right, when we were talking about George Davis, right, try to defend Andrew Holness, right, reason or to justify Andrew Holness' reason to have ADPEM under his responsibility, right, and put an army person now to be director, and then asking that director, right, to heal to the advice and strategies, right, of the person who he removed out there. That makes no sense to me.
No sense, absolutely no sense.
That couldn't be the reason that Andrew Holness wanting to strengthen ADPEM. He wanted to weaken ADPEM, right? True. For that very same reason. Because the person who is stronger in terms of experience, in terms of knowledge, right? It is the person area of responsibility, right? You have removed that person, and then the person who you demote that person partially, and then the person who is there, right? You are asking now the person who you move out of there, you understand, to strategize policies. I just can't get it. It makes no sense. But here it is, where you have what you call selective justice, right? And nitpicking, right? So George Davis tried to justify that okay, right? He doesn't see anything wrong what the Prime Minister had done, Melting Pot, where that is concerned, right? And so then Andrew Holness is correct, because he also used the Auditor General report finding, you understand, to say that they were falling short on certain report, right?
But who is the Auditor General? Who is the Auditor?
Hold on. From what year? I'm not talking about the audit that Google Gaga done, right?
Okay.
He was making reference to the Auditor General report, right? Relating to a certain report that's supposed to be tendered from what year to what
2018
year?
to 2018 to 2023. That one.
It was 5 years. 5 years.
Yeah.
Right? 2018 to 23. Right? 5 years. And he's using that to justify, you understand, that Andrew Holness, right, make what you want to imply that Andrew Holness make the decision on those bases. But I am saying if Andrew Holness made the decision on that basis, right? Remember that Andrew Holness statutory declaration has not been certified, going 3 consecutive years. So that is so ironic. You understand that him, Andrew Holness, wanted to say discipline or strengthen ADPEM because ADPEM falls short, you understand, on certain audit report. Right? Now, what can the matter? Andrew Holness statutory declaration, him himself, Andrew Holness, statutory declaration cannot be certified. Now, we are seeing a problem as it relates to what lies ahead for Andrew Holness because if he lose that case, which from all indications that I'm looking at, Paul Buchanan is going to be victorious. All right, you know what, let me put it in this perspective. Paul Buchanan should be victorious. From all indications that we are looking on, Paul Buchanan should be victorious based on the Roper Act, right? And the breaches, right, that went on. And all those breaches were skillfully collected and noted, right, by one of the apex lawyer that we have who made his delivery on point, right, solid delivery. So I think that the Jamaica Labour Party administration, right, is going to crack because if he said, you know, he's out, there's no way, right, in terms of him, they would have to now find someone to be the leader of the party, and if they want to you know, select that person to be the prime minister. You see where I'm going? Right? But certainly it wouldn't be Andrew Holness. He wouldn't be there. Right?
He wouldn't be there.
And that would have a ripple effect because from the moment this is on and he's out, it is not like he can give any instruction, right, for them to call snap election and so forth. He can't do that. Right? He can't get back. There he's out. Right? Out for good. Right? Now, where do they go from there? Do they want to choose a Christopher Tufton? Well, you know, same damage the health sector. You know?
They can't choose him. They cannot choose him either, Byron.
But what is the melting pot? The point of contention as it relates to the argument that we will bring forward if Andrew Holness, right, lose this against Paul Buchanan. The evidence now will goes to show that Glassport Brown, right, definitely conspired, right, to steal the election.
True.
Because now what we'll be talking about the ink, right, that leave out of the ambit of the electoral office. Now we'll be talking about the breaches as it relates to what Andrew Holness had done in the case versus Paul Buchanan, right? All those breaches where him would have observed those breaches, but why didn't he call them out, right? And then when Paul Buchanan, right, applied for them to look into it, they said that there was no case there.
Yeah.
Right? So all of this is now going to point back now to Glassport Brown. You understand? And of course, Jamaica is going to see Glassport Brown for who he really is. What say you on the matter, Melting Pot?
Well, we know from the outset, yeah, everything, yeah, is there for all of them to see clearly in black and white. Yes. That a lot of malpractice took place on the day. You understand? And whereas the committee that ruled against Mr. Paul Buchanan, you know, submitting the fact that irregularity took place.
Yeah.
That committee, you know, in the first place was biased to the reality of what took place and was being a hypocrite. Yeah. And we know that they are partisan. Yeah. And I mean, you rightfully stated that when all is said and done, Gladstone Brown, aka Tadpole Green, have a lot to answer to.
Oh, yes.
The fact of the matter that the ink leave the EOJ office and enter into unscrupulous and prior to the election and the eve of the election that took place, you know. That is something of grave concern. Never in the history of Jamaica has that ever been done. And so this guy, yeah, on the back of all his failure, yeah, was given an award, a OD, Order of Distinction for robbing the election. It is no secret. And so we have to look at Tadpole Green as one of the main players into the election fraud.
Yes.
Yeah. And when you compound that now with the activity of Andrew Holness on the day in question of the election, where he went on a rampage after seeing how well mobilized the People's National Party supporters were, Andrew left and came back with police deployment and started to overrun the polling division, closed down all polling stations, 3 of them. Ballot box went on tour, take wrong route.
What on the meeting? What on it? Lonesome.
Yeah.
You have the clip where Andrew Holness overrun the campaign with what the
yeah, man, with that's an Andrew style, you know.
With Ardley Shaw. If we can show it now. For sure, we just want to show Jamaica who is Andrew Holness. Right? Because if
everybody knows that Andrew is a disruptor, you know, Mystic. Alone some. The people every down in Jamaica knows him as a disruptor. You understand? Always disrupt things.
Yes. Yeah, go ahead, Melting Pot. Sorry.
Yeah, so you know when you have a guy like that, you know, you have to hold him accountable. You have to use video clipping like this for proof to the people.
Andrew Michael Holness on Sunday, November 10, beat his contender Audley Fitz-Albert Shaw to retain his post as leader of the 70-year-old Jamaica Labour Party. From very early, delegates turned out at the National Arena in Kingston, eager to cast their ballots, and there was widespread support for both Shaw and Holness.
I believe in Andrew. With Andrew, we have no fear. Andrew is here.
Means to the lowest standard.
Yeah, I tell you.
Means to the lowest standard. Jesus Christ.
When Holness arrived on the grounds 30 minutes before the close of polls, his fans grew even more excited. However, the elections would not go as smoothly as planned. At one point, officials of the Electoral Office of Jamaica had to abandon their posts when Labourites wearing Holness labeled t-shirts overran the voting center.
7 busloads of people who are not delegates of this party. Mr. Holness joined them up there and walked through the crowd, overran the whole place, went down to the area for registration, overran that area. The electoral supervisors had to leave and abandon their station, and there was disruption for half an hour until we had to restore it and allow some more people to vote. Okay? What he has done is irresponsible and is outrageous and is unworthy of him as leader of the Jamaica Labour Party.
Okay.
Bien. Well, I don't know. Show the clip with Azan now, where he's now standing up for discipline and standing up for policy. that brother, you're all hypocrite. That's why we are showing these things.
Oh, yeah, man.
As it relates to Andrew Holness want to breach policies, right, conveniently, right? But, you know, when it comes to him, right, don't call him out. Don't point him out. This is the reason why we are showing this. You understand? You see what he had done? Overrun. You understand? The man campaign. You understand? Misbehaving in all sort of ways.
Sitting in Parliament,
listen to him now,
with a Minister of Government, was openly accepted responsibility, who expresses no regret for the act, where a Commission of Parliament has confirmed that the act is corrupt and has referred it for prosecution, and that minister shows no sign of wanting to resign, or the Prime Minister showing no signs of moving to dismiss the minister.
With all the sympathy that one can have for support, this is embarrassing.
I want to go with over 2,000 acres land and it's embarrassing, you know. For help poor people, that's what I tell you, them have for poor people, brother.
Only to the government as a party, not only the PNP, but to the government, to Jamaica, to all of us. Our heads bow this morning with this sort of reaction to it.
So we have to take firm actions in this regard. It is a dark day for Jamaica, where the Prime Minister is unwilling or afraid to act against a minister in which the public has lost total confidence and in which the institutions of the society are all agree that this person does not enjoy their trust or faith and has breached the confidence that the people have placed in them. I believe that this has the potential, if it continues, to bring down the entire government.
Well, Wayne, you want now one more clip, one more request, Wayne. I want you to show where him said now, him look far and wide, and no members of his party is under investigation. We are sure Jamaica, who is he? Look far and wide. Burn out Azan for Azan to do a goodwill. And now that him under investigation that is worse than what Azan
So
did.
far, he's not aware of any member of his Jamaica Labour Party administration being investigated by the Integrity Commission.
I have as far and as wide, I have gotten that response from everyone. But as far as I have been told,
yes, I'm making.
Andrew Holness says so far he's not aware of any member of his Jamaica Labour Party administration being investigated for alleged illicit enrichment by the Integrity Commission.
I have asked as far and as wide, I have gotten that response from everyone. But as
Yes, yeah. I remember him at number one, you know. Remember him at the number one. Remember him go tell them, say him never tell him go taxi. Each time him have him accountant with him. No accountant get big job. When him have him accountant, when you look them adding something else, them adding 3 taxi, then 2. Them adding something else. This guy is a goddamn disgrace. And Jonas. And by the way, you're lucky I said I draw Davis talk about me, I call him my next name. I draw Davis upon him birth certificate. That's a big piece of shit. Him lucky, you talk to them like them. No, sir, data germs. And then by the way, if somebody, come here, I mash up my tomorrow and I go and listen here. But if somebody, say the guy from Agpen, now work good, or it disappointment, you can't keep him there for a teach me, you don't fire him. Or you keep him on and then bring on somebody. Listen, that is bullshit. So nobody cannot justify that. Hey, that's why they can't stand up front of you, you know, because you don't fire him. Yeah. Him now do good, you fire him. Exactly. But you keep him on and him up here around everything, and then you put a little guy where politically aligned from up in a soldier camp. And then the man you have to teach him and tell him things. That makes sense?
Then where
nobody can come and tell you nothing else. A guy not going to fire him.
Wait. Remember say him accuse him too, you know, to fail certain audit, you know. Then how you use him?
Yeah. No, you can't use him if him fail. So if him fail, that's fine. So that's a lie. At the biggest lie. If you are work and you not do something right, I fire you. If you have the power to fire, I fire you and then I get somebody else. But when I keep you on and then you have to guide the whole thing, anybody else come say anything else, them's a big load of shit. Simple. There is no excuse around there. None. But Andrew want to take him out to anywhere money there. And so much money he want to take
Exactly.
in criminal colleagues there.
Exactly.
Them just move the man, put him out. Them can't do without the man there. Them have the expertise. So you can't do without him, so you keep him.
Yeah.
So if the man was a lame duck, you fire him.
Exactly.
You fire him. That is bullshit. Him church with Sykes, you know. And the people have to get up by him. Remember when have him as acting because he wants to Sykes and no Sykes come out, they can't move him again, can't do nothing, you know. See? So Sykes come out and say, look, Amanda said me go to school, you know. I come from you all, we never even think we could have reached us at the office. Thank God for Michael, man. That's true. We man the heights because remember we go to school, no, man. Listen, man, we don't behave on yourself, no, man.
Yeah.
But man, the heights, no, what to no, man. The man said go to school and came to university in a man the time. He never have no money. And he had the chief justice, chief justice now, the court Sykes.
Yes. Yeah, Justice Sykes.
Yeah. So if I say, well, when man deserve it, I go and go. All this to do nothing for the country, brother. All them doing come up with more lies. Tap a lie. Him can't manage this, you know. This is rub him out. Let me tell you this. Can we sit down and analyze, listen, but I said all of this thing already. There is no way. Let me tell you again, Holness. Let me just repeat it again. Can you hear them run out with what we just said before? May I repeat something again to the Byron? This is not like the pandemic. The pandemic can baby to this. In other words, who control what going on every country? Because they don't want to put and mash up the whole world. So when tough tongue them act not act for them own. Them sit down so and take telling. We are gonna do the sample here, we are do this, we are send some kit, we are gonna have this, give them juke here, and so it's around. So them make decision for them own in Jamaica. Number one, not even one house the pandemic mass down. It no move, no bus, it no move, no school. All you do, you have to just protect yourself. So nobody never lose them house in the pandemic. You understand? Everything stand up. The tree them stand up, water run, not change. And just you as human kind have to be careful. Now this is a disaster now. You depend on your one. It take down how much 100,000 building. It kill how much? It a mash up the whole place. Let me show you what people are sleep under, brother. Don't move. Look on hurricane survivor. Look on this. Look how this mad brother. Look here.
Tarpaulin out in the open and a bed base covered under a sheet of zinc. 3 different stories, 2 parishes, and a sheer will to survive. Krista Campbell visited St. Elizabeth and Westmoreland recently and highlights alternative housing after Hurricane Melissa.
Here in the midst of the rubble Hurricane Melissa left behind in Nightingale Grove, St. Elizabeth, is an abandoned vehicle covered with tarpaulin. One man's trash is now another man's treasure, as that is now home for an elderly man.
Meet Myrie Daly. The 74-year-old farmer is from the community of Woodland, a mile and a half away.
My house blow long flat, not even grabber. I'm right, I know where to live, so I just go get one cold.
Let me tell you this, stuff for the border stronger than what they are coming with. Me not ask you, can no border stand the same way, you know?
Yeah.
No border stand the same way. Because when you make the base, you have to steal them when you have to lock it on that so it no move. You understand? No stand up the same way. Watch this. Where you say Yankee? Watch this.
Bank and live in a hit.
The vehicle was abandoned over 2 years ago by this woman's partner.
Young, tell me if you live in a simple tarpaulin and say, well, all right, live as a good friend.
He's referring to a neighbor who lives across from his new home, where he says he gets water to bathe. After a quick stop inside for his rag and soap, Mr. Daly goes to the front of the van where he usually has a shower. It's also where he stashes this small bucket, which he uses as a toilet after.
All right.
The Mother Nature made a mockery out of this makeshift sanitary convenience. The senior citizen lights a small portable kerosene lamp as he explains how he navigates the darkness.
That is my light.
Oh, so this is what
if you want to take off, if you want to get up and people, I'm going to miss.
And I wonder even what
Come out, light young, come out, come people.
Back inside his mobile house, the car seat that doubles as a bed, a 2-burner stove, toiletries, and food items stored in a bag away from unwelcome house guests.
Say no, it's a rat, he must throw it away.
Mr. Daly explains that with no contact with a daughter overseas and a granddaughter in Kingston, he survives off the food packages he gets from the nearby church, soldiers now stationed in the parish, and persons who pass by with relief supplies.
I have a phone, but I can't get no charge. If you ever go get charged, you have to pick up your $1,000 I have.
As the thunder rolled and dark clouds set in, a reminder of the senior citizens' immediate needs.
No, me have to just go look one shelter. Take up something and make one shelter and left yourself. But it have to say it a leak.
And when that happens,
me jaw it's a poly say well alright. Daddy hate me, that's me no took more answer.
Miles away in Buck near Frome, Westmoreland, Tanisha Daly fixes tarpaulin in the pouring rain. She's not a happy camper as she explains how she narrowly escaped death during the passage of Hurricane Melissa.
When I knock out and I find myself underneath the rubble, which is our refrigerator, I start by calling the kid's name. The one when I call, when he answer, I saw blood to one side and face. Then my sister find the next tool. We come together, hold each other hand, went outside. At the time when we went outside, the house already fell apart, so we would be out in the open. So we come together, hold hands, went to the unfinished concrete house, hold on for the steel, and wait till we can make our next move again.
She went to another neighbor's house, which also crumbled, sending her and her kids to another unfinished concrete structure before her final stop at a neighbor who lived in concrete housing. After the system passed, Miss Daly recovered what she could and ended up here.
Where I'm standing now, underneath the canvas, me and 3 kids shelter here, 3 boys.
Her sons are 4, 9, and 14 years old. She's appealing for shelter and proper bedding to help them back on their feet. In another part of Westmoreland, a TVJ News team journeyed with relief supplies to the community of Belmont. There, I met O'Brien Green, now living among the remnants of his house under a leafless tree. He lifts a sheet of zinc which covers a tarpaulin on top of the bed base where he sleeps at night.
Let me lay them like this. I'm press close for it and sleep. They lay there like me to back and set them up. They can't cut me up. No food, no water, no light, not all.
How are you managing the heat? Like when it's like during the daytime and the sun is out, like right now, very hot. How you cope? What you do? You not stay right there?
No, I must go up at the front there.
On the roads?
On the roads, I'm there. But I rain fall, my rain done. Before I can go back and I'm sleep.
He says he escaped his house just before it crashed to the ground with only the clothes on his back and not even a pair of shoes to spare. And because many of his neighbors also lost their homes in the same way.
The palm one, it's in my own right now.
Krista Campbell.
You know, them not give him nothing, no, brother. Look at him hand now. Look at him flash him hand now. I put you out another the food. Not your time right now. Yes, I see what show this and the music, yeah.
In another part of Westmoreland, a TVJ News team journeyed with relief supplies to the community of Belmont. There, I met O'Brien Green, now living among the remnants of his house under a leafless tree.
See that? Oh, I think it was a yellow band. Oh.
He lifts a sheet of zinc which covers a tarpaulin on top of the...
Have them seen them now give nothing, you know, but this is what people them got through right now, people. This is what them got through right now as me speak. Right? What? And Andrew have the money I talk about him and wait till when them do some other things. And then it's 3 months before 90 days and the end of January, 90 days and put it down more. See, because November, December soon starts, 90 days. And then it have a procurement. This is garbage. So you hurt to people them more than anything else. Me not asking, me I tell him. This and government you know, try move people fast as possible. Who you catch, deal with them and I continue. Him not do it. He want to sift through it. So much of them that vote for him, then him give them something and leave the rest. See if he must sift through in a better.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man.
Well, one of the things that I observe, Wayne, right, as it relates to the condition that those people, right, living in right now.
Yes.
The condition is very much conducive for leptospirosis.
Yes.
Right?
Cholera and all these things.
Yeah, because you know what I'm looking at? I am saying, okay, all right. The gentleman who lived in the car and the lady who pitched that same tent. The question I'm asking, where would they pass their stool?
You know that little thing there, boy, I mean, I tell you. Them now.
And obviously, you understand, you see the possibility of, you know, several settings like that. That is now going to now affect the health system. Right? And as I said, that you have Hurricane Melissa would have ruptured several sewage lines, right? And all that sewage would have now leaked out into, might be some streams or rivers. And you see people, right, getting water from such, right, rivers or stream. And, you know, trust me. So we are here talking about, you know, the situation in terms of people losing their houses, and yeah, and that is bad. But we have seen that, okay, the potential as it relates to a disaster that is going to come of this, right? It is going to be really alarming. And I think that the quicker that the government, you understand, works with the opposition, works, create, right, that particular task force that they need to make sure that they're providing certain oversight, move quickly in terms of addressing some of these situations. Right? You have bodies, Wayne, and Melting Pot.
Yes.
Right? That still laid on the ground. The area, right? I mean, it's so, trust me, I mean, it is just terrible. So you can see when you add those factors, right? It is really serious. Serious concern as it relates to the health situation of Jamaica. Right? What say you, Melting Pot?
Well, you know, the problem that exists, you know, is one of lack of unity. Yeah, we all know that unity is strength. And as you rightfully say, if Andrew did just collaborate with Marky G and the People's National Party and form that alliance of strength, unite both parties together to mobilize to get the work done on a timely basis, then we wouldn't have this type of discussion.
Yes.
Because the people would have gotten the help that they needed. You understand? From the very outset. But Andrew Holness just sit down and play party politics with people's life, trying to enhance his party portfolio and reputation and discredit the opposition. You understand? And so now, this is the ramification we are seeing. We are seeing people still in dire strait. People who haven't got any help from the outset or minimal help, so to speak. And so these people are living in a deplorable condition. You understand? Makeshift living condition and makeshift of the lowest standard, where you see the gentleman utilizing the space of an abandoned vehicle. We see one man literally on ground zero. Him just under something a shelter from the rain when night come. They say him sleep upon the ground, him basically asleep. I don't know him even get on and eat that. You understand? And this is, shameful on the government. Because the simple fact of the matter, the government has gotten so much aid from donor countries and individual that we should be seeing something more tangible happening in the country. But lack of unity has derailed that. Andrew Holness and his administration alone cannot sustain the work that is there, that is need to be done.
Yeah.
The simple fact of the matter, he doesn't even have the capacity to even undertake the project because it's not wise to leadership quality. Mark Jefferson Golden, I guarantee, would have done a fabulous job because Marky G is coming from a family background that deal with humanitarian. His dad, Professor John Golden, was a man who look out for the people of disability needs, you understand? Provide them with all various care and education, love and all these things. When you look at a guy like Andrew Holness, him don't know him head from Bullfoot. Him not even know where him coming from. Him don't even know him upbringing. You understand? So you will never get anything worthwhile from a guy like Andrew Holness. Because Andrew Holness is just based on greed, glut, and just ignorance all over. Andrew Holness is only there to milk the Jamaican population of its wealth and enhance his profile and his lifestyle. This is all Andrew is about. This is why he pursues so much business adventure. You understand? Andrew don't want to look after the people, nor to run the country the way it's supposed to be run. When Andrew come into politics and the knowledge of what Siaga did and see how it worked in favor of Eddie Siaga, yeah, and come in with the same demographic principle. This is how I'm gonna operate because I want to be like Eddie. And him carry it out. And it's been working for him over a period of time. But in recent time, Andrew should have realized that, things is coming to a halt because man like me, Wayne Lonesome, Mystic Sensation, and many more people are onto his behavior and his pattern. You understand? And exposing him, highlighting the critical issue that exists within his party and his leadership. Yeah, highlighting the fact that, his government cannot be accountable, can't give no accountability for all the various amount of money that the country miss. You understand? And when you have these type of practice, all you're heading into is a catastrophe, a man-made catastrophe that Andrew Holness create. Even the extent of Melissa and the damage where the people suffer, Andrew create that man-made catastrophe by not getting the work done on the ground, by neglecting the infrastructure, by not taking to heed, of wise men. All the suggestion we give to Andrew Holness, it fall upon deaf ears because he's not hearing it from a labor right. So him don't want nothing to do with it. And who are advising from over the labor right corner, a garbage them are tell him. As a matter of fact, this guy no even take telling because him not go take no telling from criminal like himself, No, people who him know can't talk to him not listen to them. Him afraid of we the Titans. Him afraid of us. Because I know when we come out and speak, we speak from a power of authority. You understand? Unassailable. Because we don't do tabloid. We get all the facts and information, dissect them and present them. Yeah, I will never tell lie on this guy yet. We just hold him accountable for the things that we see him do and the wrong things them where we know him do. You understand? The guy mix up in all type of Ponzi scheme. As a matter of fact, it's not only in the 20s him can't certify. Him can't certify from in the 90s. from the late 90s, Andrew cannot be certified because he has never given a true reflection of his wealth. And so he has never been certified. And it is, unbelievable for a guy of his status. Yet that has never been certified. Because when you provide false information to the Integrity Commission, how are they going to certify you? They can't certify not really clear because Andrew lied to them from day one. Remember, Andrew as a little youth, we couldn't pay him tuition, 1994, By 1997, the guy said him have 47 million. 47 million, but him never work. So right away, that cast a shadow of doubt over this guy and raised several red flags as to who this guy is. Yeah. And we see him continue on the same trajectory path. And him enhance him profile and spread him wing far and wide. Yeah, till him all commence all shell company outside of Jamaica and St. Lucia. And all these practice. Yeah. A man in charge of the country. Yeah. But he would have create some offshore business shell company. Yeah, where money are run through. Because he would feel like so when him do that now, we are going to look on it and say him avoid tax. No, him not avoid no tax in reality. What him do is wash money through something and wash it outside of the country. And so you see Andrew Holness now as a what? You see him as a money launderer. Even though he is a prime minister. You see him as a brutal criminal entity in our society. Because all the Ponzi scheme them are him head them, Just listen to the tape alone someplace. The guy said him ask far and wide and him don't have anybody around him. But the guy are number one and him counterpart are number two, size 13. Because they are one entity. So if him cannot be certified, she also cannot be certified. And this is why when it comes down to the crunch time and Paul Buchanan meet him in the rerun election, yeah, and him have to leave the space, there is no one capable of taking up the mantle of leadership of that party. Because the whole of them tainted. Them staying in a corruption, theft and criminality, drugs trafficking, money laundering, and all these things. It attached to the party. Just look at what they are doing right now. They're using this period of time when there is so much activity as it relates to cargo flight coming in to carry out illicit business again, like the 3.7 billion cocaine bus where we are looking on, and some other related trafficking where we are here about, where people are enhanced themselves out of. So we ask the question, if you have a guy with a 212 stipulation for them visa, you see DEA notice him, and DEA means Drug Enforcement Agent, but him in charge of a port. It begs us to believe the direction where the country go, where the country head. Because you can't have bars around the port, them, Bars where you take $1.4 billion without any procurement guideline, Where the cabinet secretary no sign off on, Where them would have claimed says an emergency relief funding for all bus. A guy where you see sell with thing and undervalue it and then go collect team cut in Mexico. 140,000 US. You understand? A guy where we know involved with all type of bangarang from in the 80s. But we have him as political representative in our country. See something wrong fundamentally with our system. Him couldn't enter in politics nowhere else in the world because he was implicated to a certain event in the 80s. This is the same guy. Why we have to get rid of daylight saving time? And when you look You see all type of variances around this guy. Yeah. Right now, him end up have 2 birth certificates, basically. You understand? So when you find all of these, you know, unforeseen circumstance surrounding an individual, him can't good. No way this individual can be good. No way. And so with bars, corruption, Andrew Holness, dictatorship and corruption, and the rest them like crab and all the one that we name out all mama cow, where you look on, is a cabinet of criminals. A cabinet of all criminal you look on. Cougar and all the whole of them, dead man Mackenzie, them a criminal. Hagging tie. I know we can get 30 police people. You know them a criminal. Weekly, don't a Petro Jam, but him bring him back. They're all criminals. Colonel Charles and him son, them and him daughter, they're all criminals. And so, with that said and that in mind, the country is in the hands of criminal. And I yield back the floor to another member of the
panel. All right. So what's this now, people? Because we can't leave and not show one of them things, you know. So, Megamart. See, this is not a paper today, you know. Can remember them so about $1 billion worth of losses and them can't find half of them workers.
Staff.
Come out, them staff, them workers, right? So them come out now, you know, to the paper. See, they make a wholesale club permanently close it, largest store located in Montego Bay, St. James. Can't suffer the catastrophic flood damage. And look on the place, everything gone, you know. So them say them sorry them have to close this because I'll take them like a year. But then maybe them have to rebuild. And then even if you rebuild and not don't just to the place mash up who buy from you. Some more last enough people this lose them job, you know. Well them they didn't employ 160 and 160 family that. Plus, you know, other people come and sell them things and do all kind of things, you know, directly and indirectly. Plus, you have hotel where closed up. You see me as a man? Hotel are closed up. Hey, Jamaica and a turmoil in a better.
Hey, Wayne.
Jamaica turmoil. Yes.
Wayne, when me look for Megamart, right? There's a shockwave just run through my brain because this is an era where I shopping away. Right? And I'm saying, my God, you know what this means? I don't know the workforce that Megamart
160
has.
160. Well, it's a 160 family plus. I remember them buy things, some farmers buy other things.
Exactly.
Them have 160 workforce down there, so
right here, so
over $1 billion in a better.
Yeah, right here. So we are looking on roughly, you know, rough estimate, right? Over might be 200, 300 people being affected.
More than that.
Because normally when people go shop, you understand, and they want vehicles to carry them goods to certain place. All of that, the extended benefit that.
Yeah, so you know, the farmers, more than that, man.
Exactly.
160, them staff.
Them staff.
And
so
one part, more than that, man. Enough.
The economy.
Yes.
The thing is, I don't think is Andrew Holness really reporting the true, because you know him, you know. Like, press the information.
But I show him them, brother, because him not saying
it looked terrible. It looked terrible.
Yes.
Because we are talking about the healthcare, we are talking about, you know, people lose their house and talk about. But when we look on the livelihood factor when we look at the livelihood factor, apart from all of what people are going through, mighty God, I don't know how, you know, you can really fathom this, because a lot of people, right, losing their livelihood. You understand? And here where it get worse. Wait. Many of those people who are working into might be the hotel sector and other sectors that they are working into.
Yes.
Remember, many of them are paying mortgages. We have to consider all them things there, you know. All them training, all them burden upon them people head. You understand? And many of them going to end up jobless.
Them jobless.
Hey, no, sir. No. It's not pretty. And the thing is, I mean, look here. Look here. To what is going on, I don't know. You have to have a cohesive effort. You saw it is important, Melting Pot and Wayne.
Yes.
That if Andrew Holness never bring politics in the situation, because that's what he had done, you know.
Yes.
You understand? Make the situation get worse, you know. Wayne, I want to remind you something.
You remind me. Me just try mega mad. But Mama put a next thing on that and then you finish what you say.
Yes.
The next thing on it, yeah. Listen this.
Pay Hotels and Resorts will close its hotels indefinitely.
Let me rewind it again.
Who?
So this have more. The big hotel down there. When I will be here. By here, principal. And so them close to you, no better. Them a lay off. Look
Bahia
here.
Principe Hotels and Resorts will close its hotels indefinitely.
Over 1,000 people now.
Send the clip to me again.
Well, I'm going to play this.
In the aftermath of Hurricane Melissa. The closure will affect Bahia Principe Grand Jamaica and Bahia Principe Luxury Runaway Bay. An internal memorandum sent to employees on Saturday indicated that the closures will trigger a redundancy exercise affecting staff at both hotels. The management of the hotels says arrangements will be made with service providers to assist employees who wish to seek alternative employment or who require counseling. It says consultations will continue throughout the process with the Bustamante Industrial Trade Union, which represents the workers, to ensure communication and complete transparency. The management says the company will closely monitor the situation from the detailed technical assessment, which must now urgently be undertaken.
So I talk to this manager, and them say over 1,000 people that.
Yeah, send a clip to me now, Ian.
Yeah, man. Okay. So over 1,000 people that. Until Mega Mart gone there. And no more place gone. And then Andrew should have talked about him at the work order. Tourists, no tour. Let me tell Andrew again. I'm going to make you finish now. There is no way, if you did up your Byron, and you see what's going on with Russia and the Ukraine, you'd have to take up and take your wife and family going to Ukraine and Russia for the holiday.
Yeah, I would do it. Hold on. I would do it if I'm a very inconsiderate person.
Yeah, in a Russia and Ukraine.
I would do it if I'm a very inconsiderate person.
Okay. So I'm going to show them now in a Jamaica. Different from we as Jamaican, right? The two, them different, you know, them see what them now want to go down there in a Jove and then compound the thing. You know, you can't move, you know, gridlock on the street, food and everything. Them now go. No more hotel that are closed.
But the fact of the matter, say, the fact of the matter, you know.
Yes.
The fact of the matter, you know, panelists. Yeah. Yes. Jamaica don't have a robust health system, you know.
Yeah, yes.
We don't have a robust health system, you know. It's non-existent. And with all the epidemic, you know, eminent. Nobody now go come at Jamaica. Remember the place ravish, you know. The infrastructure down. The place is in a state of disrepair, need proper repairing and reconstruction. And the health sector non-existent. So nobody now go come because the country was already under level 4 travel advisory as it relates to health and security. So with those mitigating circumstances existing already, no one in them rightful state of mind would not come to Jamaica. Yeah. And this will remain for an awful long time. So what the government...
Yeah. So they used to get around 2.8 billion for tax for the year from the hotel sector. They're not going to get that, right? You know, that cut.
No.
We have shortfall. They have to do some supplementary budget.
Supplementary budget.
If half of the population cut, that means what you don't collect from it cut, brother. The sector gets a beaten. When you say Mega Mart, one of them lose money and it can't fix back overnight. Them now.
No.
You see the lie where Andrew tell about we are weed blood. No, he might get unemployment rapidly. Him too lie. Like Mother Nature beat him. Every lie where him tell Mother Nature, you show him up. Him talk about Edmund Rich, the best, and it show him up that is paper house. You can't repair that and give me. Me that want back my money. Me not living at that. You
Nobody not supposed to buy it.
Yeah. Him come with the road. Him say we have lived over 100 years. The best road in Jamaica, 5 months, it tear up. You bad job to pick up yourself. 5 months it tear before even the hurricane last year. 5 months. The one that does up and mash up. People barely drive out that mash up, it not good. Him do Root Towers, it flood of a pay, urgent sort of a pay over 50 million. For pay back people vehicle. 40 and 50 million. Oh, I'm a tough fact, I will show them. Because you know we not do tabloid. Housing trust have to pay back this money by run.
Yes. Right.
If them do a police station, the state of the art when we look at flood. Big Mama Giles Davis, them a swim around it. Flood 70 million for correct that. Look, them now have no drain. Anybody them touch, I'll halfway through a flood now, you know. Me never see flood in my life, and me there a long time. And then first me see them for the Andrew.
Right.
Right. You never see it flood. Never.
Never.
Think so not flood, everywhere flood. The whole of Jamaica, people ball and push out them face through window and cry it flood. Nothing, no drain, no fix, nothing. And the man said, we do the most, this is lie. And Mother Nature show him up. A judgment of each and you listen. You know.
Yes, man.
You know, them two lie. Them two lie. Them to stop it. You understand?
Judgment.
Yes.
Yeah. Judgment take Andrew Holness on the party, you know, because anything where Andrew go around or him and touch, you know. A judgment pan it, you know. Yeah. Because remember, you know, this guy practice demonic lifestyle. Yeah, and God not have no lot and part with that. So we are sure the people them through our own thought process of critical thinkers. You cannot mix with evil to get good. And Andrew is evil of the highest order. And the entire party affiliated to Andrew evilness. So what we have now is a guy that is carrying a trail and a wave of destruction behind him. And so with Andrew Holness as the man running Jamaica, Jamaica will never prosper under Andrew Holness and this Jamaica Labour Party government. It will never prosper.
Right. Before
Jamaica need a change.
Pat, hear this now. No, them know they want to we never have a call that out. Them know them just for election. So we never have a call that out because the people will get me not ask him. Right? You see, Edmund Rich, I know me can't believe this, but you look at Andrew. Andrew play politics in everything. All right, let me tell Mark Walling them, don't politicize this and don't politicize that. They must try to politicize the wicked. Listen, you politicize Hassan. Him get the gas and politicize it. Edmund Rich Byron, the man said better than Operation Pride. And it's a paper, look there, a paper place. It's not good. Operation Pride. The man have to take a job of a government, and it's not like first time. Hey, when you run him with this bullshit, when you get real, get not true, Byron.
Well, I want to tell you something, Wayne. I am going to say something that I honestly believe. And you are talking about Mother Nature and Melting Pot supporting your argument in terms of, you know, Andrew Holness is getting a judgment. To be honest, my brothers, I believe that God himself, right, is opening a divine court. I want people to listen to me. God himself is opening a divine court as it relates to Andrew Holness. And God himself is trying this case. I honestly believe that Andrew Holness within the divine court has been found wanted to the fact that he make the innocent, the poor and needy suffer. The lies, the deceit, the pilfering, the corruption. No one can tell me, no one cannot convince me otherwise that Hurricane Melissa, an act of God, is showing Andrew Holness and his administration that their time draw nigh. But we have seen the level of the devastation, my people. Never before. This is something that there is no certainty as it relates to how long this economy is going to take to build. I have heard argument as it relates to 30% or 40% of GDP wipeout. But they are not talking about the extended damages.
That's it.
And when I am looking at it, mighty God, it seems like more than 60% of GDP.
More than that, 70, yeah, man.
Wipe clean.
It wipe it, yeah, man.
The ripple effect, right, as it relates to many people have lost their homes.
No, them job too.
You're getting there. Many people have lost their homes.
Yes.
But apart from losing their homes, many people under this crisis have lost their sanity. When I had seen a clip where someone was showing a man who once was someone you would put into the middle class bracket.
Yes.
Have a house, have a car, and have a good job. And when the man showed the man was walking back and forth. You understand? Not going anywhere.
Yeah.
You understand? The man had lost his sanity.
Man walking in the rain.
The man walking in the rain. I think when I saw him, he was only in his underpants.
Yeah, that's fine.
And when I saw that, I said that is only one of the many who are suffering from that psychological. How can you come back from this? And added to that, many of those, Jamaica, listen to me. Adding to that, many of those people will not get any benefit from the government. Let us ask the question. How do they start over? Many people right now just standing looking at what was once called home. Can't believe it. They have not yet able to reconcile.
This time I make enough people lose their mind, youth, and enough people believe me. I listen, man. I sense the man this kind of dog, but the man.
I'm going to do that talk for you.
And losing vehicle, a chip out, and enough people in Jamaica go through a lot. Right. I tell you, this is a storm, I make enough people lose their mind, youth, and enough people believe me. I listen, man. I sense the man this kind of dog, but the man losing animal, losing car, and losing vehicle. A chip out, and enough people in Jamaica go through a lot of things, bro. Look here. I say a man top in a rain naked, brother, the man is gone, youth. You can now stand, Mr. Brother.
We have no more than that, you know.
You know, Wayne.
Yes.
Looking at this.
Yeah. Yes.
As I said, it is one of the many isolated incidents.
Yeah, man.
Right? Many people, particularly mothers, you understand, with 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 children, have no homes.
No.
What do you tell that mother? And you know what hit me, Wayne?
Yeah.
When I imagine how hard the people are suffering, and when we look Andrew Holness and him cabinet, they are much, they laugh and I enjoy much.
Yeah.
Me say, mighty God.
That wicked man.
No, well, other way.
No real prime minister want to do that. None.
Knowing what the Jamaican people are going through, the unbearable pain and pressure, hit their events. Some people last. As I said, even now cannot fathom what really happened. I mean, it take less than 24 hours for your life to change from a 180 degrees turnaround. Once being a middle class, now looking at yourself, you are now beyond the poverty line. And Andrew Holness and his cabinet at football match, enjoying, laughing, and waving in spite of people going through the suffrage. Some of the so-called areas the government have not yet access. Mighty God, man. Then you tell me, Jamaican people, you tell me. I want you to honestly tell me. For people who voted for Jamaica Labour Party, for people who genuinely voted for Jamaica Labour Party, please, let me say this to you. Look in the mirror. Look in the mirror and ask yourself the question, did I make the right choice? Am I a part of the consequences that befall us as it relates to this circumstance? And for those like the big mama who still defending an administration like this, these are the people, man. Trust me, that will get a spiritual beating from God. These people need to do an introspection. For me, let me say this, Jamaica. In my hearts of hearts, there is not a Jamaica Labour Party that exists for me. I would, if I have the ability, wipe them from the political.
Now get one more Byron because we attack so passionate. Yes. One more, you look.
Stand! Me need a girl, me need things to go. Me not see no MP. Me not see no government people up here helicopter fly around. As a single mother, me need money. Me not on try. Me need a girl assistant out there. Oh God, man, look at me, please. Yeah, look at me, youth, them can't eat and drink. Me need a girl assistant.
It's on the roof, you know. You see our roof, God?
Oh God, we need help. My broke, I'm out of money. We need help. We need assistance, man. Oh God, nobody don't come around us, sir. Nobody don't come around us, go look for the house. I'm not telling you, everybody else blow down for me, no blow down. Look for.
Yeah, one guy and it never good for morning. Poor thing.
But watch this now.
You see, not some people are suffering a joker. My garbage. Yeah, man. My garbage, man. Yeah, man.
You know, and in spite of this, that we have no money, the Prime Minister take up himself and still dig in a taxpayers' money and gone to Africa. You tell me. You have to tell me. right, for those who voted for this. And you know what some people are saying? Let me tell you, melting pot, what some people are saying. Because I've seen some, read some of the chat. And people are saying that we need to sometime have more respect.
For who?
Listen to me. Hold on, wait. Let me finish. Allow me to finish. Hold on a minute. Some people are saying that, we need to have more respect towards the Prime Minister. I want to ask those people something. If Andrew Holness did respect his office, you think he would be unable to explain his wealth? If Andrew Holness did respect his office, you think he would have 28 accounts? If Andrew Holness did respect his office, do you think he would be a part of Cash Plus? Do you think he would be a part of Holness? Do you think he would be a part of SSL? Robin who? And when we use rob, we are not using it in light terms. We are using it because we mean it. And we are serious that Andrew Holness searched himself through these Ponzi scheme that he knows that they are Ponzi scheme. And outrightly with his accomplice, rob investors who don't like it when we talk, and if they believe that I am disrespecting the Prime Minister. I am speaking truth to power. That this man, that people hugging up for me, Mystic Sensation, he is a criminal without any apology. Not taking it back. And I will never ever take it back. He is a criminal. As far as I'm concerned, committing treason amongst the Jamaican people. And I yield back.
Because there's something before Pat come in now. So, them people have no manners and respect, Yeah? Them come on and tell people. Number one, when you put yourself in office, you're a servant of the people, my chief servant. Yeah? And as far as we know, Jamaica is a democratic country. Yeah? Not so melting pot.
Definitely. Yeah,
democratic country. Oh, with them real mind. For them go tell the Prime Minister stop though and get the things. Yeah? Go and tell me how you get the money. Go on a prison, go do your time. More vote the people them way. You want respect on top of that? Make sure that's why I tell them, you see over here, so you don't want to put him look nasty self on here, so. No, what me there? Anything what my brethren them there, because we not work, so we are big man, Yeah? And let me tell you this. In a democratic country, people hold them officials accountable. Yeah? A matter of fact, Andrew Holness himself tell yourself all the Prime Minister accountable. A matter of fact, I'm going to play something there. What are they? I'm going to play this. I'm going to play this with Andrew. You listen this.
Thinking Jamaicans should raise their voice in concert against the high levels of crime and against the government in not doing enough in country.
Hold on, let me play this again. That's a one. Play this now.
So why you come to me with that foolishness, You elect a Prime Minister, and is a Prime Minister around the country. It is time we learn to hold our leaders accountable for their actions and stop making excuses for them. Stop making excuses.
Look little dirty thinking one them a talk about respect. When you got chucking and when you dirty thinking, mama. Uno too stink. So you want to make excuses for criminal and all kind of thing to match up a place and come at that. Because they have nothing to tell you no better. Oh, have respect for uno dirty. Hey, uno fuck off. Uno shit. Uno too stink. You can't look for big people that talk about have respect. People have to hold them accountable. Say it again, Andrew Holness, and that's what we are doing. Listen again.
I don't want you come to me with that foolishness, you know. You elect a prime minister, and is a prime minister run the country.
Oh.
It is time we learn to hold our leaders accountable for their actions and stop making excuses for them. Stop making excuses. Otherwise, go elect the people who really run in the country. And I don't want the right start that stupid argument.
Stupid.
Hold the people you elect accountable and stop making excuses for them.
You done that.
You see, man and wife for the same thing.
Nah.
You hear what I say, yes, sir? And when now that the
You
table
must
turn,
and if you make excuse for him.
Yeah, just like how Holness did in Parliament against Sir Brown.
Yes.
And see her there, you understand?
Yes.
Not obeying the standing orders.
Okay.
As it relates to the committee that Peter Bunting is running. You see that they are one of a kind.
All right.
They are one of a kind. Come in, melting pot. We don't want to get too cool, you know.
Yeah, but you see, the reality of everything, you know, is that I can't understand how so much people still show them weight and them support behind this guy. This garbage prime minister we have. I can't believe the amount of people who still are defending him, you know. We can't have no respect for a guy. We don't respect the country where I lead. We don't respect the people. We don't respect the law. Him don't respect nothing. So how we are going to have respect for him? A guy that bring the office of the prime minister into disrepute. A guy that bring the House of Representatives into disrepute. We can't have no regard for him, much less respect. Andrew a piece of shit. Andrew is just a plain outright criminal. A criminal that exists in, you know, necktie. White collar criminal, what you call Andrew. You understand? Him use the office of the prime minister to rob the country, to destroy the people's life, and to destroy the infrastructure of Jamaica. That's what all Andrew Holness does. Remember, you know, Andrew trade with backside level for a trucking contracting of people.
All right.
Where him have over 200 trucks employed in the backside sector. Then you want them to say I must respect a guy like that? A guy will box food out of people's mouth and put them one side for scrap it for suffer. Andrew make the man a walk in a rain. Andrew Holness make the man they lose everything. And many more people. You think the grandmother will lose her money in her SSL, the 60,000? I mean 60 million. You think say she or I water are going in vain? I water now go in vain. All the people will lose their money in the Ponzi scheme where Andrew Holness set up and run, where am I the CEO for them? Them I water them for Andrew, Juliet, and the two sons. They will never prosper in Jamaica. We are only seeing the beginning of the ending of the Holness administration. Because God is working in the midst of all these people that Andrew Holness and Juliet and the minions them around them destroy the people in life. You understand? So where respect is concerned, we give respect when respect due. We not give respect to garbage and criminal and bandu Louis in our society. Andrew cannot be certified from 1998. 27 years and counting. Because he lied to the Integrity Commission from day one. Yeah? Andrew Holness amassed millions of dollars in wealth that he does not achieve it through the right ways and means. Criminality at its highest order. So there is no respect coming from a melting pot of mystic nor a lonesome in regards to this piece of shitty prime minister we are around the country. Him is a piece of shit. And we have to call a spade a spade. When you look at Sister Andrew Holness pass a lot of legislation for the Jamaican ordinary citizen. But the big boys them, we are flying and shipping the cocaine and the guns and the ammunition. Him tight-lipped. Him never passed no legislation upon them. Him no wage no war upon them. Him wage all war upon the little youth them with them tie gun. Then of them they don't want we respect. Them the garbage of the highest order. Andrew is a contaminated dump site. We don't know what a contaminated dump site look like. That is Andrew. And size 13. And the rest of minions them around him. They are a contaminated dump site. This administration cannot carry the weight of Jamaica anymore. Yeah? And we have to relinquish them at them posts. We are asking the people to mobilize themselves in a unique way where everyone's voice must be heard in concert as it relates to alleviating this guy of the post of Prime Minister. Because Jamaica cannot take no more of Andrew Holness. Andrew Holness is of such commodity to Jamaica that it spell poison. And you know want to go around poison, you know. Well, that is Andrew Holness and his administration. Because just the plain fact of the matter that Andrew Holness when propose a $10 million Jamaican dollar funding to member of parliament to utilize the constituencies where it's so badly damaged and ravished by the hurricane. It begs us to believe. I know Mystic mentioned about the sign, yeah, costing 17 million. But I go even expand a little bit further. Yeah, the mic system in a parliament are 18 million. And parliament is just a little small space. But just the mechanism where them turn off and turn on in there 18 million. So I don't know where Angela go with 10 million. For a big old constituency. This guy now have no empathy nor no sympathy for the people. And my people in Jamaica now have to realize and wise up to the message. Wise up to the heed. Andrew cannot be the man. Andrew is not a man. Andrew is a garbage heap. This is why Andrew play these type of politics, gutter politics. Yeah, this is why all who run Andrew play the same type of gutter politics. They are quick to run out and jab them out. And when the reality hit them in them face, them run and hide. Andrew Holness literally don't want to face the Jamaican population. This is why I mentioned boy him gone to South Africa. Andrew not welcome to that meeting. Andrew is not a part of the G20 country. He's not even a part of the G7. You understand?
Could never be even a part of 20 part.
Exactly. Then I say, not part of nothing. So I just categorize it to the people. You understand? But he might take up himself and go to those places. Nobody wants to see me now. Nobody want to see Andrew Holness, and nobody will welcome him present. So Andrew is only wasting the taxpayers' money. That should be doing the work. That should help putting on some of the roof them on the building them that still stand up. Get our trade man to work. Get the premix after them put up the decking to come pour the mortar. When it dry, you pull it down. And you use the same material to work somewhere else. And build out that the country in an efficient manner. A country that can stand up against the CEO ignition we not talk about. To the developing country them a cause in the region. But they want to carry some little prefabricated plastic house come give the people about the one erect housing scheme. Andrew we know what is your GIS. Yeah, we know. So don't come around us to complain of politics no more. You understand? Don't do it. We are standing up against you and your bullshit. Enough is enough. We have to call a spade a spade. You are not Prime Minister material and you are not surplus to requirement going forward. The Jamaican people, as in no uncertain manner, reject you and your policy and your follyism. And I yield back the floor.
Yeah, Byron. Yes. Boy, I read this up here, so. No people remember hurricane just passing. I remember Apum Valls around the airport and the seaport and the whole thing now. Look how them people, remember people are blowing them out of water, you know. But yes, still them in our water according to them. Me not feel so out to see them get this, you know. Me feel so it's reaching there already and them just go see it, but them don't want it so bad. Because JDF Coast Guard sees cocaine value at 3 points, it are more than that, 3.7 billion. Of course, of South Coast. Just below with this, so. Maybe below Norman Mantley or somewhere down there, so. You know, of South Coast. Now, hurricane just passed, so that's the wash away everything. Them see this and them say them a chase it and them throw it overboard. You not catch nobody when you hear nothing. It sound like a phantom movie, like in a Rockabessa, Byron. Don't have the coke port, them not catch nobody, them no. You know, I don't have them not catch nobody. But you have 3.8 billion, that for sure say, the big boy, them want more coke now for selling in the US, or Canada, and Europe, for make back our money. That's why they send this, you know, brother. Andrew Holness said the worst thing, the Chinook helicopter, maybe just, before Byron come in now, may I ask Uncle Sam, the son, when you use the Apache, the Apache helicopter, the next one there, Black Hawk, or not take out Naiega, when you use the Chinook and take with Dr. Crab, Pump Valls and Andrew Holness and Jemmy. We don't need to do that when I leave. But a serious thing, Jamaica the better off, nothing in a cut. Yes, Byron.
Well, we and somehow, right, let me just speak the truth in terms of this JDF Coast Guard seized cocaine value at 3.7 billion. What I'm going to say might be, you know, you're not going to agree with me.
Yeah.
But this is what I believe. I believe that this is a part of a plan that sells into a geopolitics position and policy to support United States, giving United States a reason and validate Trump allegation in line against Venezuela about drugs operation within the Caribbean, so that Donald Trump, you understand, can have reasons, right, to attack Venezuela.
Yeah, but you can't attack Orlando, brother. But you can't attack Venezuela for the drugs. Because remember, them come from Colombia, you know. So when Trump said we never not buy into that.
Yes.
So remember, enough of them are come from Colombia, like the plane and the thing them will come with the tickets. Yes. So them have the most drugs, brother. So, you know, even if them go to Venezuela, me go know so the big boy drugs this.
All right. Wait. All right. Wait. Let me hear a reason, Wayne.
Yes.
Let me hear a reason.
Yes.
You as a drugs done.
Yeah.
You know that the Caribbean waters is hostile as it relates to what United States is doing.
Yes.
United States is shooting people from out of the region.
Yeah.
Let me ask you a question.
Yes.
You know that. Are you going to take risks in pushing this drugs through the Caribbean
I'm
waters?
something to do with Colombia because I remember I'm off of one place. But remember when you lick one, you know, like all 50 get out, you know. You remember the same thing it happened in the US, you know, when them catch one thing, like 100 get in.
Yeah.
And through Mexico. Come and study them thing, I know. Through Mexico, when you catch one by one, them catch one big truck, full like how much, them tell you in them documentary, them have all 100, them have, that's why so much junkie over there. So when you catch one and two, more get away. So Colombia, like Pablo Escobar, although we have one Pablo Escobar, and others, them a look for Venezuela, but you know say enough I come from Colombia. Because we are the other day I plane land from Colombia in our place. Them say unexpectedly. So through them and them a friend, US you know better than this. Them a come from Colombia too. Me not even ask because them used to do it. You understand, Byron? Them used to do it, brother.
I am not, yeah, but yeah, hear what I'm saying, Wayne. For me, you understand? I'm talking, I'm applying common sense and strategy.
Yeah.
Under no circumstances, you understand that me, as a drug don, knowing how hostile the area is, satellite monitoring system, I mean, no, so I can't avoid that. But I am going to take a chance in pushing.
But let me say it again to you, no man. All right. Let me say
what I say now? Let
me say something more dangerous than that.
Yeah.
If you have a border in a Mexico, and the man them see them have more thing on the border, America and Mexico, and the man them dig under that and going on some safe for. The man them do everything and I care over America more than this sitting over the border more. So if them do that. In America, the America themselves do this. Tons of millions of tons per year. Them get enough bus, you know. And them carrying milk, them are dig under the fence, they know better. So we know say you have people who be a face and them know everything what America do and them do it. Cause drugs people them. So even if it coming out our water, I know say the big army can tell you are the big boy them drugs and politician drugs. And that me I call out. Because different from them stop this. Maybe America might have pick it up. That's why them said that amount. And more than that, me now ask Andrew administration to go down for this. Me now ask better. Because as I said before, Mexico border carrying more drugs, although America put everything to the border. Them dig under it, them fight, them do everything for smuggle it in. And upon them land them there. This a sea, we're bigger. Right? We're more harder for control. Them are coming to Jamaica water, them not head up there, so them know except when it to Jamaica. Them shoot it. The other day when Pumbad bought the plane, you know, last week, you know. Me can't tell you, say, this him think one of the small plane, maybe I go over Basco Bay and go pick up some passenger. So I'm saying them don't have no permission. That man will land the plane no long in a Jamaica, brother. Him can't trick nobody. Yeah? Then him come out and I say, oh, okay, my condolences. The man and him daughter dead. The man and him daughter dead, but yeah, then small plane will pick it up and carry it in there. Everything the drugs now reach in about. Remember them now have no coke up there, you know. Look how the people it a kill the drugs up there kill over 100,000 per year. Cocaine alone kill over 30,000 in America alone. Me not talk over here, so you know. Another place, you know, America alone, you know. Cocaine and overdose, you know. A matter of fact, ecstasy lead from China and go through the border and it reach in there too, you know. Can enough drug go through the border and no care them a try to do it, it cannot stop. Hard to stop. So me know say the criminal government where we have in Jamaica, them are part of enough of them within the government involving a cocaine. And there's a two here. And you have to look who around the can't remember you know your country must up so them want money by run. Them can't sell empty hand. Them need a matter of fact, if you are smart, them for looking at Jamaica and more waters because them do everything for reach a Jamaica and then try to ship it, whether Europe or India or in Canada. in America. See, me know say that them a do. Me not ask. Cause enough of them mash up, you know. But when you see a big store mash up and how much billions and places are shut and people want back money. The best way to make them money in them cocaine, them are turn it up. Me not ask.
Yeah.
And the government, me I want for this, you know. You have criminal within the government. That's why I don't think people are supposed to run the cocaine port. Me call it the cocaine port, the airport, and the seaport, brother. Him shouldn't do that. Him must be there. But I believe fentanyl, do that, fentanyl too. It a go through the border to Mexico. Mexico, hey, America try everything. They have satellite to watch them border, and the amount of drugs go through that border is unbelievable. But you know why? Because them have food, them trade and everything. Them have such way to find to go through them, dig through fence. It still a go. Me think America was some mighty that stop it. It can't stop. It can't stop. Can't stop, man. But Jamaica is a shipment point. And I want the Chinook to pick them up. Me serious. Me don't like when before them go away, when you do the rescue first, government, and pick up and do on this. I'm going to talk because me know him a watch. Oh, please, don't leave Christopher Tough Tongue. Him do bad. No, it must leave him. It must leave a Tough Tongue. Me know you're watching and say, no, somebody ever said that about me. Remember, I know people are there for you watching, you know. Say, it must leave James Robertson. Just them one to pick up now. James, Holness, that
Crab. Tough tongue, Pumvas, Agintai.
Agintai, forgot to.
Yeah, we ask them, man.
Better than some star ball and say, because the man them want them pick up. But them not good.
Up to our GSC, Hutchins to go.
That's a better part. The entire cabinet.
But away I say in there, I forgot clean out. But when we just say something in regard to that CJ, because something puzzle me, you know.
Yes.
Yeah, because I like to use my eye and observe things. Yeah.
Yes.
No, this cocaine seizure was done on the south coast of Jamaica. Yeah.
Airport, right?
Exactly. Wherever them want to talk about them seizure, because you know we don't get nothing credible.
No.
But just the mere fact we are going to use the scenario where them are put out. Yeah. Where is the crew member for that vessel? Because them throw up. Then all you see is them amount there.
They throw them overboard.
Them they would have sink clone some in the back them.
Them are more than that.
The weight of them they would have sink. Then they can't float.
Everyone knows Smaddy Byron. Well, I'm Byron. You say you run down Smaddy.
Yeah.
America, you go watch and see how say you chase. So you're gonna say, okay, me get this. Me I tell you say if that no like I 80 million US worth of drugs, around 100 million something around. Them won't go to one girl could say 3 billion. No. It will come up to like 80 billion like the last time. This is 9 billion, 12 billion. I'm more drugs than that.
I lie the Coast Guard them I tell you here.
Lie
them I tell.
Brother.
Them can't seize them there no. If them seize them there and put out a statement that is solid and credible, them would have the vessel and the crew member them. Because them throw off them there and dive, them would have to dive up them back there. Them the too heavy, them they sink.
No man, them float. Wait, no, them float.
But the thing is, right?
The waste lonesome, hold on the Byron. Lonesome, where you say the weight of them they float.
Yeah, because them wash up them wash up come in Jamaica for trade, you know.
Not when them in that compactness there.
Them float, man, believe it. Them remember a plastic, them more in them no, you know, I know, all right. So when you see it like that, them in a plastic, brother. It no sink. You understand? Them wouldn't wrap it like that, brother, man. They seal. Can't pour it, can't make water touch it, you know. So it water visit, so the plastic it'll keep it like a life vest.
But when me I talk about, you know, And the weight of them compact.
No, man. Remember, say ship floating, brother. So now what's it ton? Even if it's a ton, ship way up. Listen, if you're in a plastic and it lacks seal and it will not sink. Like when your vest not sink you. It not sink you. We know that and we know it wash up.
All right. Let me say something. Let me say something.
Yes.
Jamaica and the United States has a memorandum as it relates to dealing with drugs transshipment.
Yes.
You understand, within the waters. Now, my question, as it relates to the amount of drugs being intercepted and so forth, why the Coast Guard, as it relates to those people who they so-called escaped, why there was no communication given to the United States?
Them now want, Byron, let me tell you this, United States, I said to them, say, well, listen, but soon I pick up something, because remember, them can go pick it up, them I say, okay, that's why them cut it down. Me not ask. So what them I do, them I give them a list, because them can't say them not pick up none, They might have see something there. So them I say, all right, we have to give up some of this. Remember the first time pick up Judge Byron? You remember when they pick up the 1 foot man? Me know him come from Prince Elizabeth. See them not give him no time. Because are the government friend, people from within the government, big friend them from Ochi jobs. The 1 foot man, they're not going to prison, them pay around $10,000 after 2 tons of cocaine. 10,000 and him free. 10,000 like I said 6 months. Sister, government are play and do them foolishness. Him not going to prison. Him and him brother. I must say 2 other man. No, the one where them just finding at the house, out reaching at the house, Remember, we don't have no see or nothing there, so A police carry through, brother. Out reaching at the house in Avondale. I hear to me that uncle one man dead for that of the white man, Him chat to one. And him dead, Byron. All right. Him do drug racing. And one detective tell me, say, lonesome. Say him tell me, because DEA talk to him, what him, Him say, the man say to him, say, Him say, listen, me now go to prison for them, So if anything, me has spill,
Well, me have another 4 minutes here because...
Yeah, that's 4 minutes. So here, brother, him say, me now, hey, if anything, me spilling, if them call my name, but we look, the man there business place, and him get bullet after them find out. Bullet. Nobody from government. Remember, a businessman, they should have hotel and everything. You see anybody notice him? We know if him
No, we don't hear not more. We don't hear not more. Them do even send condolences.
No, all right. One time and then some big boss, I want me to see some man I say, me not call no name, Me just attack over see. We see people sell yacht, people go sell other things, and then them do school. After, you remember we have a big boss, and me see all kind of things that sell all over the place, and people just go eat back and cool. They don't hear nothing. You see them lock up anybody from Coke Boat? You know why them all the drugs up there, but them sure? Because US pick it up to and Canada. So them have it. Anybody get charged? Who said them get charged? Fix Bailey. When all right, Byron. You ever hear people in the drugs? Your uncle sign a paper and then you pick them up, you sign paper first. And you know who?
We know say the Jamaica Labour Party government, particularly those who mention in WikiLeaks, right, the crab and those who involve
Robert.
Yeah, right. When it comes to the current situation and what been unfolding, right, all those factors have to consider. Right.
I'm going to play the night, Byron. Don't carry that. The man at the same crowd where you just start about, come and say, well, him leave, the man them leave. We don't know how the man them say,
Yeah, man, you're right with what you said with that, You're right with what I am not going against that. You're right with what you said with that. And plus, not only that.
Yes.
You remember the amount of money that was seized, and then you find it said the money get lesser and lesser and lesser.
So the man did decide
government corruption.
Let me tell you up front, brother. The man did decide that come back in him teeth.
Yeah.
The man did decide that them are killing them teeth down there. Me get the listen. Me get the one down, but I cool. The money, so 20 million US. You see, go about 5 million. No, the money run back. So the man did decide that them.
The question I want to ask you.
Yes.
all these drugs that all these drugs that they being caught.
Yes.
Right. Have we seen the process of the destruction, or they destroy them?
No.
So what if they are just putting up that, okay, all right, drugs being caught, but after that time it gone back into their hands that you understand that deals with the process from from that engagement? Because we are not seeing any evidence coming forward in terms of this government being transparent in saying that, okay, these drugs that were that we stopped, right? We seized, right? This is how we are going to destroy them, right? We have not seen no form of right destruction of these illicit drugs over the many years.
Damage control.
I remember, all right, so here it is. Jamaica is a criminal place, no joke. The police force, it runs still. All right, remember when them sell the gun, them a Monster Road, so them in a gun, them take out the gun and the bullet and sell it, them take out the drugs, them too.
Yeah.
And we can go into something that you can pinpoint some police, me not do it, you know. Because, you know, we not give up 1 hour. You know, the Eagles stay already. But it rotten to the core.
Of course it rotten.
I mean, I tell you, say the big boy, them, don't listen, the big boy, them, some of them are going like them are too much a big boy and feed them jobs. And some enough of the politicians, them going in the cabinet now, enough of them mix up with the whole link. Don't make them chicken now. I'm not a can't trick nobody. Me not have to say nothing else, them can't trick nobody.
I just want to say something, my brother.
You don't believe the United States have them intel upon them people. Why United States not lock them up?
Them have all, hey, me tell you, remember them have them in a WikiLeaks and thing, them go for them, you know. Hey, one time them that go fear already, you know, but when you're in power now, they like them wait when you lose. That's why you say, all right, you know, so Holness have to thief the election now. You see him face so it gets wrinkly, you see the fret like it a melt off, them skin a melt off and everything. If that thief it, whether the guy don't like EOJ, with the one Dushant, when name Dushant
Savadia.
Wash a woman, listen, him that thief the election. If him lose, everything come down upon him. Him that thief it. Him
can't. But everything still will come down upon him because Paul Buchanan go win the case.
Well, brother, me see the time running out, so
I'll
keep you back. Hey, brothers, but
yes, brother.
You're hot. Hey, Andrew Holness, but you're going to South Africa. Hey, them for running from down there, you know. Them for go, hey, if you go away, man. Go away. Oh, nice, right. Listen, brothers.
Blessings.
Yeah. Blessings.
All right.
Man, up.